The Danger Room's holographic projections flickered with simulated Sentinel attacks as the X-Men moved through their training exercise with practiced precision. Cyclops barked orders from the control platform, while Storm's winds deflected plasma bolts. Colossus's metallic form absorbed impacts meant for Kitty Pryde, and Wolverine's claws shredded through robotic adversaries with savage efficiency. It was routine, another day of preparing for a world that feared and hated them. Then Professor Charles Xavier did something unprecedented. "Beast, activate the Cerebro enhancement," his voice echoed through the team's comm system. "Let's expand this exercise across global consciousness. I want to test our coordination when I can link all of your minds simultaneously with real-time tactical data from every mutant on Earth." Hank McCoy's furry blue fingers danced across the control console, his scientific curiosity overriding his usual caution. "Charles, the power requirements for a planetary-scale telepathic network are theoretically sound, but we've never tested this configuration. The psionic energy output will be extraordinary," Xavier finished, his eyes gleaming behind his temple-mounted Cerebro interface. "Precisely the point, old friend. If we're to protect mutant kind, we must push beyond our limitations." In the Danger Room, Jean Grey felt the telepathic connection surge through her mind like lightning through copper wire. Her Phoenix Force residue, that fragment of cosmic power she could never quite extinguish, resonated with Xavier's amplified consciousness. For a moment, she touched every mutant mind on Earth. Jubilee practicing fireworks in Lowe's Angels, multiple man's duplicates arguing in Detroit, Magneto brooding in his Savage Land sanctuary, feeling the pulse of magnetic fields across the entire planet. Then something went wrong. The Cerebro enhancement didn't stop at Earth. Xavier's consciousness, amplified beyond anything attempted before, punched through dimensional barriers like a fist through wet paper. Jean's Phoenix residue provided the cosmic spark, and the combination tore a hole in reality itself. The Danger Room exploded with light that wasn't light, a color that had no name in any human language, a sensation that bypassed the optic nerve and burned directly into the soul. Wolverine's healing factor couldn't compensate for this kind of damage. Storm's weather sense detected a storm in the fabric of existence. Nightcrawler's teleportation instinct screamed warnings in brimstone-scented German prayers. "Scatter," Cyclops shouted, but there was nowhere to scatter to. Reality folded. The X-Men fell through the spaces between universes, their screams swallowed by the howling void where physics had no meaning and time ran in directions that shouldn't exist. Rogue clutched desperately at Gambit, their powers flaring uselessly against the unreality surrounding them. Iceman tried to freeze the unfreezing. Colossus's organic steel form protected nothing against this. Professor Xavier's telepathic cry echoed across dimensions. "Stay together, find each other, no matter what." Then they hit something solid. The transporter room of Deep Space Nine erupted in cascading system failures as 23 humanoid life signs materialized without warning across multiple decks. Chief Miles O'Brien watched in horror as his carefully maintained transporter pads overloaded with energy signatures that shouldn't exist, dumping unconscious bodies onto the deck plates in a tangle of colorful costumes and groaning confusion. "O'Brien to Ops," the chief barked into his comm badge, hands already flying across the emergency shutdown protocols. "We've got a massive unauthorized transport, multiple subjects, unknown origin, and half my systems just committed suicide trying to process their patterns." On the promenade, the station's multi-species commercial district, reality tore open and deposited Storm 30 feet above the second level. Her weather powers activated instinctively, summoning winds that cushioned her fall and sent Ferengi merchants scrambling as their carefully arranged merchandise scattered across the deck. Lightning crackled across her white hair as her eyes went solid white, primal panic triggering her most fundamental abilities. Odo, Deep Space Nine's changeling chief of security, witnessed the spectacle from his security office and immediately shifted into his Bajoran form, rushing toward the disturbance. Security alert. Unidentified intruders on the promenade. All deputies to. He stopped mid-sentence as a blue-furred humanoid in torn yellow spandex crashed through the transparent aluminum window of Garak's tailor shop, followed immediately by a massive silver-skinned man who dented the deck plates upon landing. Beast picked himself up with surprising grace for someone who'd just fallen through the universe, his bestial features scanning the alien environment with scientific fascination, even as his body screamed with dimensional displacement sickness. "Fascinating," Beast muttered, his enhanced intellect already processing the radically different technology surrounding him. The architectural design suggests a culture that has mastered artificial gravity and structural integrity fields far beyond contemporary Earth standards. The metallurgical composition alone. "Beast," Colossus's Russian-accented bellow cut through the analytical rambling. "Where are the others?" In Ops, the station's command center, Captain Benjamin Sisko rose from his chair as every sensor alarm activated simultaneously. Major Kira Nerys, his Bajoran first officer, was already pulling up tactical displays that made no sense whatsoever. "Captain, we're reading massive energy discharges across 7 decks, Kira reported, her tone clipped with professional tension. 23 unknown life signs humanoid, but their bio-readings are contradictory. One reads as having a metallic skeleton while maintaining organic tissue. Another is generating localized atmospheric disturbances. And there's something on Deck 5 that my sensors insist is both organic and crystalline simultaneously." Lieutenant Commander Jadzia Dax, the station's Trill Science officer, whistled low from her console. "Benjamin, you need to see this. I'm detecting residual subspace fractures at every materialization point, and the quantum signatures are completely alien. These people didn't transport here. They fell through a hole in spacetime itself." Sisko's jaw tightened. DS9 had seen its share of impossible situations. The wormhole to the Gamma Quadrant saw to that. But this felt different. "Red alert. Security teams to all intruder locations. Non-lethal force only until we understand what we're dealing with. And someone get me a comm channel to Starfleet Command." In Quark's Bar, the station's premier establishment for gambling, drinking, and morally questionable business transactions, Wolverine materialized in mid-fall and landed on the Dabo table with a crash that sent latinum strips flying. The Ferengi bartender's outraged squeal cut short as Logan's adamantium claws extended with their characteristic asterisk snicked, 6 blades of indestructible metal gleaming under the bar's atmospheric lighting. "Where the hell am I?" Wolverine growled, his enhanced senses immediately cataloging his surroundings. Artificial atmosphere, recycled air with trace elements he couldn't identify, and about 40 different species sensed that his brain insisted couldn't possibly exist. His healing factor worked overtime processing the dimensional transition trauma, but his combat instincts remained sharp. "And somebody better start talking before I get unfriendly." Quark held up his hands, his large Ferengi ears practically quivering with alarm. "Easy, friend. This is a peaceful establishment. Well, mostly peaceful. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying, and whatever you're buying, I'm definitely selling, but can we discuss this without the... He gestured helplessly at the claws. "What are those?" "They're called shut up and point me toward the exit," Logan retorted, his keen hearing picking up the sound of multiple footsteps converging on the bar. "Security. Great. Just what he needed after falling through the damn universe." On the opposite side of the promenade, Nightcrawler bamfed into existence in a cloud of sulfurous smoke, his demonic appearance causing a group of Bajoran civilians to cry out in alarm. Kurt Wagner's yellow eyes went wide as he took in the impossible sight of aliens. Real aliens. Not mutants, not humans with powers, but genuinely extraterrestrial beings of a dozen different species, all staring at him with expressions ranging from fear to fascination. "Mein Gott," he whispered in German, his tail curling defensively around his leg. "Either I am dead and this is a very strange version of heaven, or Professor Xavier's experiment has gone spectacularly wrong." Odo's security team arrived with phasers drawn, surrounding the blue-skinned teleporter with practiced efficiency. "Freeze," the changeling commanded. "You're under arrest for unauthorized presence on a Federation facility. Don't try anything." Nightcrawler disappeared in another puff of brimstone smoke, reappearing on the second-level balcony. "My apologies, Mainhair, but I do not yet understand what is happening, and I must find my friends before." He vanished again as a phaser beam cut through the space he'd occupied. Odo's features hardened into determined lines. "All units, we have a teleporter. Adjust search patterns accordingly. And somebody find me whoever designed this station's security protocols, because they clearly didn't account for people who can vanish at will." In the infirmary, Dr. Julian Bashir found himself facing an unprecedented medical situation as his orderlies wheeled in 3 unconscious figures. A red-haired woman with green and yellow costume that would have been scandalous on most Federation worlds, a teenager in blue with distinctive geometric patterns, and a young woman whose brown and yellow uniform seemed to mark her as part of the same group. The young woman's gloved hand twitched, and Bashir instinctively moved to check her vitals. The moment his skin made contact with her exposed face, Rogue's mutation activated. Bashir's entire nervous system lit up with agony as his consciousness, his memories, his very genetic code began flowing into Rogue's body. The doctor collapsed, and Rogue's eyes snapped open, glowing with absorbed Bashir's knowledge and awareness. She screamed, clutching her head as a genetically enhanced human's entire medical education, his experiences on DS9, his secret past with Section 31, his augmented intelligence, all of it poured into her psyche in the space of 3 heartbeats. "No," Rogue gasped, her southern accent thick with panic. "I didn't mean to. I never mean to." She stumbled backward, her body coursing with Bashir's enhanced reflexes and coordination, her mind reeling with memories of Dominion wars and Kardashian occupation and species she'd never heard of, and a federation that somehow united them all. Nurse Jabara hit the medical alert, and security teams diverted toward the infirmary. In ops, the situation board lit up like a Christmas tree from hell. "Captain, we've got confirmed sightings on all levels," Kira reported, her voice rising with each new alert. "One subject is generating electrical discharges in the docking ring. We've had to evacuate 3 ships. Another appears to be made entirely of ice and is causing environmental systems to overcompensate. The teleporter has been spotted in 8 locations in the past 2 minutes, and medical reports that someone just attacked Dr. Bashir." Cisco's hand moved to his comm badge. "All security teams establish a perimeter but do not engage unless lives are threatened. These people appear disoriented, possibly refugees. Until we know more, we treat this as a first contact situation gone wrong, not an invasion." He turned to Dax. "Old man, what can you tell me about where they came from?" Dax's hands flew across her science console, her trill spots furrowing with concentration. "The quantum signatures are unlike anything in our database, Benjamin. Their molecular structure suggests they originated in a universe with fundamentally different physical laws, higher background radiation, different quantum constants, and something my sensors keep flagging as impossible biological variations. These aren't augments in the traditional sense. They're something else entirely." "Captain," a new voice cut through the controlled chaos, Worf, arriving via turbolift from his quarters, his Klingon tactical instincts already engaged. "I recommend raising shields and going to full tactical alert. Unknown intruders with unknown capabilities represent a clear and present danger." "Belay that," Cisco said firmly, though he understood Worf's concern. "But do get a weapons lock on any subject who appears to be an immediate threat. Prioritize protecting civilians." On Deck 5, near the station's power core, Cyclops regained consciousness to find himself staring at a pulsing blue energy system that his tactical mind immediately recognized as some kind of reactor, but nothing like any nuclear or fusion design he'd ever studied. His hand went instinctively to his visor, relief flooding through him when he felt it still in place. Opening his eyes without the ruby quartz would mean unleashing his optic blasts in an uncontrolled surge, and the last thing he needed was to destroy whatever facility he'd landed in. Scott Summers, codenamed Cyclops, he muttered to himself, falling back on X-Men emergency protocols. Last known location, Xavier Institute Danger Room. Current location, unknown. Team status, unknown. Threat assessment, uncertain. Mission objective, locate team. Establish security, determine extraction options. His tactical assessment was interrupted by the arrival of a security team, humanoids in uniforms he didn't recognize, carrying weapons that didn't look like any firearms he knew. "Stay where you are," the team leader commanded. "Keep your hands visible." Scott raised his hand slowly, his mind racing. "My name is Scott Summers. I don't know where I am or how I got here, but I'm not a threat. I'm looking for my team, 19 other people, probably as confused as I am. We're not invaders. We're..." How to explain the X-Men to people who seem to be using technology decades beyond anything Earth should have? "We're refugees. Something went wrong with our equipment and we ended up here." The security officer's hand never left his weapon. "You'll have to come with us for debriefing. Captain Sisko will want to speak with you." "Who's Captain Sisko?" "The commanding officer of this station." "What station? What planet are we on?" The security officer exchanged glances with his team. "You're not on a planet. You're on Deep Space Nine, a Bajoran Federation space station in orbit of Badger in the Alpha Quadrant." He paused, studying Scott's completely baffled expression. "You really don't know where you are, do you?" Scott's mind reeled. Space station, orbit, Alpha Quadrant. The vocabulary sounded like science fiction, but the technology surrounding him said otherwise. "I know, we're from Earth, New York. The year is..." He stopped, suddenly uncertain if his year meant anything here. In the station's ward room, Professor Charles Xavier opened his eyes to find himself seated in a wheelchair that wasn't his own, a sleek, anti-gravity design that responded to his thoughts with disturbing efficiency. His telepathy immediately reached out, searching for his X-Men, and found them scattered across the station like stars across the night sky. He also found hundreds of other minds, human minds but not quite, mixed with minds so alien they defied easy categorization. And then his telepathy touched something that made him gasp. A presence, vast, timeless, existing outside normal spacetime, watching him from somewhere nearby through a tunnel of twisted space that shouldn't exist. The presence felt curious, benevolent, ancient beyond measure. "Who are you?" Xavier projected tentatively. The answer came not in words, but in a flood of images and sensations. Swirling light, a stable wormhole, prophets who existed outside linear time, a people called Bajorans who had worshipped these beings for millennia, a celestial temple, and a simple designation: the prophets of the wormhole. Xavier's breath caught. He touched many minds in his long career as a mutant telepath, but never anything like this. These beings made even the Phoenix Force seem comprehensible by comparison. The door to the wardroom slid open with a pneumatic hiss, and Captain Benjamin Sisko entered, flanked by Major Kira and Commander Dax. Sisko's bearing spoke of military authority tempered with diplomatic experience, a man who'd seen impossible situations and learned to navigate them with wisdom. "I'm Captain Benjamin Sisko, commanding officer of Deep Space Nine," he said, his voice calm but firm. "You and 22 others materialized on my station without warning, causing widespread panic and property damage. Before we go any further, I need to know, who are you, where did you come from, and what are your intentions?" Xavier studied the captain with both his eyes and his telepathy, carefully, gently, not invading but merely brushing the surface thoughts. He found a man of profound integrity, a father, a Starfleet officer who'd lost his wife to an alien attack, a leader chosen by gods he didn't fully understand, a man who could be reasoned with. "My name is Charles Francis Xavier," he said with quiet dignity. "I'm a professor from Earth, though I suspect not the Earth you know. My companions and I are mutants, humans born with genetic variations that grant us extraordinary abilities. We were conducting a training exercise when something went catastrophically wrong, and we appear to have been transported across dimensional barriers into your universe." Kira's hand moved toward her phaser. "Genetic augmentation is illegal in the Federation. The eugenics wars." "We're a tragedy in your history, I'm sure," Xavier interrupted gently. "But I assure you, Major, we are not the product of genetic engineering. We are the product of natural evolution, human beings in whom the X gene has activated, granting us abilities that set us apart from baseline humanity." His eyes grew sad. "In our world, this makes us feared, hated, hunted by those who see us as threats to normalcy." Sisko exchanged glances with Dax, whose Trill symbiont gave her the perspective of 9 lifetimes. "Commander, analysis." Dax's fingers danced across a pad. Their quantum signatures confirmed they're from a parallel universe with different physical constants. The biological readings are genuine. These aren't augments in the traditional sense. They're natural mutations, though on a scale I've never seen. One individual appears to have a healing factor that rivals Klingon resilience. Another can manipulate electromagnetic fields with precision that would make our best engineers weep. And Professor Xavier here. She looked up, her Trill spots seeming to glow in the ward room's lighting. "Your telepathic abilities are registering on our sensors. The range and power are extraordinary." "Which makes you extraordinarily dangerous," Sisko said bluntly. "Professor, I want to help you. The Federation has protocols for refugees from parallel universes. We've dealt with mirror universe incursions, quantum duplicates, and timeline divergences. But I need your cooperation. Can you gather your people peacefully, or do I need to treat this as a hostile situation?" Xavier's mind reached out across the station, touching each of his X-Men in turn. "My X-Men, this is Professor Xavier. Stand down, do not resist. We have fallen into another universe entirely, one where humanity has achieved something remarkable. We will cooperate with these people while we determine how to return home. Cyclops, coordinate the team's surrender. Storm, suppress your weather effects. Wolverine, please retract your claws." Logan's mental grumble echoed back. "This better not be a trap, Chuck." "Trust me, old friend. These people are not our enemies." Xavier returned his attention to Sisko. "Captain, my team will cooperate fully. But I must warn you, some of my people have been traumatized by humanity's fear of mutants. They may react defensively if threatened. I urge you to allow me to accompany your security teams to facilitate peaceful surrender." Sisko considered for a long moment, then nodded. "Agreed. But Professor, understand this. Deep Space Nine sits at the mouth of the Bajoran wormhole, the only stable wormhole in known space. We're a strategic location for multiple governments and species. Your presence here could trigger diplomatic incidents that span quadrants. We need to resolve this quickly and quietly." "I understand, Captain. Though I must ask, in your universe, how does humanity treat those who are different, those with abilities beyond the norm?" Sisko's expression softened slightly. "The Federation was founded on the principle of infinite diversity in infinite combinations. We have members from hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Telepaths like the Betazoids serve with honor in Starfleet. Changelings like my security chief Odo are valued for their unique perspectives. Strength or special abilities don't make you a threat. Your actions do." Xavier felt something he hadn't felt in years: hope. "Captain Sisko, you've just described my dream. A world, a universe, where being different is celebrated rather than feared, where humans and mutants, where different species live in peace." "It wasn't easy," Kira interjected, her Bajoran spirituality lending weight to her words. My people suffered 50 years of Kardashian occupation. Humans fought the eugenics wars. The Federation nearly collapsed during first contact with the Klingons. Peace is always hard-won. But it is possible, Xavier breathed. After decades of struggle, I'm seeing proof that it's possible. Dax's console beeped urgently. Benjamin, we have a situation in the infirmary. Dr. Bashir is unconscious and the woman who absorbed his knowledge, his very neural patterns. She's having a complete breakdown. She's experiencing his memories as if they're her own. Xavier's eyes widened in alarm. Rogue. Her mutation allows her to absorb memories, abilities, and life force through skin contact, but she can't control it. Any touch is potentially fatal to the person she touches, Cisco finished grimly. Commander, medical override. Get a containment field around her immediately. Professor, can you help her? I can enter her mind telepathically, help her separate her consciousness from Dr. Bashir's, Xavier said, already wheeling toward the door. But Captain, this is what I meant. Some of my people's powers are dangerous not because they choose to be, but because they can't help it. Rogue has worn gloves her entire adult life because a simple handshake could kill. As they moved through the corridors toward the infirmary, alarms continued to blare throughout the station. In the docking ring, Iceman had accidentally frozen an entire airlock. In the replimat, Jubilee's fireworks display had triggered fire suppression systems. On the promenade, Gambit's kinetically charged playing cards had exploded 3 merchant stalls before he'd learned to suppress his powers. But slowly, one by one, the X-Men were being gathered, confused, disoriented, some frightened, others defensive, but all following Professor Xavier's telepathic guidance to stand down and cooperate. In Ops, Cisco watched the status board gradually shift from red alerts to yellow cautions. Major, once we have all the intruders secured, I want a full diplomatic brief prepared. We're going to need to contact Starfleet Command, and they're going to need to contact the Federation Council. We've just made first contact with an entire universe. Kira nodded, but her expression remained troubled. Captain, what if they can't go home? What if they're stuck here? Cisco looked out the viewport toward the Bajoran wormhole, that impossible tunnel through space that had changed his life and the lives of everyone on the station. The prophets, those enigmatic beings who existed outside time, had brought him here for a reason. Had they brought the X-Men here for a reason too? Then, Cisco said quietly, we're going to have to decide what the Federation does with 23 incredibly powerful beings who represent everything our genetic augmentation laws were designed to prevent, but who are also refugees fleeing persecution. It's going to test every principle we claim to believe in. In the infirmary, Professor Xavier placed his fingers to his temples and entered Rogue's chaotic mind. He found her drowning in Julian Bashir's memories, surgical procedures, genetic enhancements hidden from Starfleet classified missions for Section 31, the weight of being brilliant beyond human norm and having to hide it. Rogue Xavier's mental voice cut through the chaos. I'm here. You are not Julian Bashir. You are Marie d'Encanto. These memories are borrowed, not yours. Let them go. I can't, Rogue's mental voice sobbed. They're so vivid. I'm seeing things, Professor, technologies we've never dreamed of, aliens walking around like it's normal, and he's so smart it hurts just thinking his thoughts. I know, but you've done this before. You've touched other minds and found your way back to yourself. Remember who you are. Remember the X-Men. We need you, Rogue. We're lost in an impossible place, and we need every one of us to find our way home. Slowly, painfully, Rogue's consciousness separated from Bashir's absorbed patterns. The doctor's memories would fade over the next few hours. They always did. But the experience left her shaken. When Xavier withdrew from her mind, she was weeping, her gloved hands trembling. "Where are we, Professor?" she whispered. Xavier looked around the advanced medical facility. at the unconscious doctor being tended by a nurse with distinctly non-human features, at the view through the infirmary windows showing a massive space station orbiting an alien world. "Somewhere extraordinary, my dear," he said softly. "Somewhere that may either be our greatest hope or our final test. The X-Men have crossed more than space today. We've crossed into a universe that achieved what we've always fought for, a world where different species coexist in peace." "Then why don't I feel safe?" Rogue asked. Xavier had no answer, because despite Captain Sisko's words about infinite diversity, despite seeing dozens of alien species walking freely through the station, he'd also felt the undercurrent of tension in the minds around him. The Federation might celebrate diversity among species, but what would they do with humans who had evolved beyond humanity itself? The X-Men had fought for acceptance their entire lives. Now they would discover if their dream of coexistence could survive in a universe that had achieved it, or if power, no matter how benevolent, would always be feared. Outside the infirmary windows, the Bajoran wormhole opened in a spectacular display of cascading light, and somewhere in the non-linear space within it, the prophets watched these newcomers with curious, timeless interest. The X-Men had arrived in the Star Trek universe. The first contact had been chaotic, confusing, and catastrophic. But it was only the beginning. The wardroom aboard Deep Space Nine had never held a more unusual assembly. Captain Sisko sat at the head of the conference table, flanked by his senior staff, Major Kira, Commander Dax, Chief O'Brien, Dr. Bashir, still recovering but insisting on attending, and Constable Odo, whose shape-shifting nature gave him a unique perspective on biological diversity. Across from them sat the core leadership of the X-Men, Professor Xavier, Cyclops, Storm, Jean Grey, and, after considerable debate, Magneto, who had materialized in the station's lower cargo bay and immediately attempted to commandeer a runabout using his magnetic powers before Xavier's telepathic intervention. The tension in the room could have been cut with a phaser set to maximum. "Let me make sure I understand," Sisko said, his hands folded on the table in a posture of controlled diplomacy. "You're from an alternate Earth where genetic mutations occur naturally in roughly 1% of the human population, granting abilities that range from minor physical variations to reality-warping power. You're feared by your own species, hunted by government programs, and have been fighting for peaceful coexistence for decades. Does that about sum it up?" "Quite succinctly, Captain," Professor Xavier replied, his refined British accent lending gravitas to his words. "Though I would emphasize that we are not separate from humanity, we are human, simply the next step in natural evolution. Homo superior, if you will, though I've always disliked the term. It implies superiority where I see only difference." "Difference that includes reading minds without permission," Odo interjected, his suspicious changeling nature immediately distrusting these newcomers. As a being who could shift his form at will, he understood what it meant to be feared for one's nature, but he also understood the security nightmare telepaths represented. "Professor, since you've arrived, I've had 17 complaints about privacy violations. People feeling watched, thoughts being overheard." "I apologize, Constable," Xavier interrupted gently. "Telepathy is not like a light switch I can simply turn off. I hear surface thoughts the way you hear spoken words. However, I assure you I have been making every effort to respect the privacy of those around me. Unlike some governments in my universe, I do not believe in invasive mental surveillance." Magneto's lip curled into a sardonic smile. "Charles speaks for himself, Captain Sisko. I have no such compunctions about using every advantage at my disposal. In a universe that has given me the power to manipulate the fundamental forces of electromagnetism, I see no reason to pretend weakness to comfort others." The temperature in the room dropped several degrees as Storm's eyes flashed white with barely suppressed lightning. "Eric, we are guests here. We will not antagonize these people." "Guests?" Magneto's voice dripped with irony. We are prisoners being given the illusion of diplomatic courtesy while these Federation people decide what to do with us. I've seen this pattern before, Aurora. It always ends the same way, with mutants in camps. Kira's hand slammed the table. That's not how the Federation operates. We have protocols for refugees, for first contact situations. Protocols that include laws against genetic augmentation, Magneto shot back, his eyes blazing with the passion of a Holocaust survivor who'd spent his entire life fighting human prejudice. I've reviewed the information that young woman, Rogue, absorbed from your doctor. The eugenics wars, Khan Noonien Singh and his supermen, the Federation's terror of genetic superiority. Tell me, Captain, how are mutants different from the augments you fear? Cisco's jaw tightened, but his voice remained level. Khan and his kind were created through deliberate genetic engineering for the purpose of conquest. They chose to be superior. You're describing natural mutations that grant godlike power to random individuals, Bashir interrupted quietly, his genetically enhanced mind working through the implications faster than anyone else in the room. The irony wasn't lost on him. As a hidden augment himself, he understood the fear these people triggered. Captain, with respect, look at what these people can do. Professor Xavier can control minds across an entire space station. Miss Gray apparently hosted a cosmic entity called the Phoenix Force that could obliterate solar systems. Storm can generate planetary-scale weather patterns. Magneto can manipulate any magnetic field in sensor range, including, I suspect, the station's structural integrity systems. Are you suggesting we're a threat, Doctor? Jean Grey's voice was soft, but everyone in the room felt the psychic pressure behind it. Not an attack, merely a reminder of the power coiled behind her green eyes. Because I've spent my entire life proving I'm not the monster people fear I am. I'm suggesting, Bashir said carefully, meeting her gaze with his enhanced perception, that the Federation has never encountered natural evolution on this scale. The augments were created in laboratories. The Organians evolved into beings of pure energy over eons. The Q are effectively gods, but you're proof that human evolution can produce beings of immense power in a single generation. That terrifies people. It should, Magneto said flatly. We are the future. Homo sapiens' time is ending. The question your Federation must answer is whether you'll accept evolution peacefully or fight it as humanity has always fought it, with violence born of fear. Xavier's mental voice cut across the rising tension like a blade. Enough, Eric. This is neither the time nor place for your philosophy of mutant supremacy. Magneto's response came in the same telepathic channel, private between the two old friends. When is the time, Charles? When they put us in camps? When they try to cure us? We've played this game before. Commander Dax, whose 9 lifetimes of experience gave her perspective few could match, leaned forward with the curiosity of a scientist confronting an unprecedented phenomenon. Professor Xavier, Magneto, I understand your concerns, but let me offer you a different perspective. The Federation consists of over 150 member worlds, thousands of species, trillions of citizens. We have betazoids who are all telepaths. Vulcans with telepathic abilities and strength far beyond human norms. Changelings like Odo who can assume any form. We've made first contact with crystalline entities, silicon-based life, beings of pure energy, and civilizations that exist in entirely different dimensions. She paused, her trill spots seeming to glow with intensity. What I'm saying is, you're not unique in having abilities beyond baseline human norms. What makes you unique is that you're human variants, not a separate species. And that, I think, is what frightens people. You're a mirror showing humanity what it might become. A rather astute observation, Commander, Xavier said, nodding with genuine respect. In our universe, that fear has manifested in Sentinel programs designed to hunt and kill mutants, government registration acts that strip us of civil rights, and hate groups that murder mutant children in their beds. We've been fighting for acceptance our entire lives. Coming to a universe where different species coexist in peace seemed like a dream made real, until we remembered that humanity's fear of the different often extends most viciously to differences within their own species. The Prime Directive, Cyclops said suddenly, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. His tactical mind had been processing everything, and he'd identified the core issue. Commander Dax mentioned it earlier. Your Federation has a rule about not interfering with less advanced civilizations. Does that apply to parallel universes? Are we considered a less advanced civilization that you can't help return home? The senior staff exchanged uncomfortable glances. Cisco finally spoke. The Prime Directive applies to pre-warp civilizations, species that haven't developed faster than light travel. It prevents us from contaminating their natural development. But you're not pre-warp. You're from a parallel universe with different physical laws. This is unprecedented. Which means you're making up the rules as you go, Storm observed, her regal bearing giving weight to her words. The former street thief turned whether Goddess understood political maneuvering better than most. You're trying to decide whether we're refugees deserving of assistance, threats requiring containment, or specimens to be studied. Captain Cisco, I have walked among gods and spoken with the spirits of the wind. I can tell when someone is measuring whether to help or to imprison. You're not prisoners, Cisco said firmly, though the security officers stationed outside the wardroom suggested otherwise. But you're also not free to leave this station until we understand the full situation. Chief O'Brien, what's your assessment of the dimensional breach that brought them here? The chief engineer looked exhausted, having spent the past 6 hours analyzing the quantum signatures and subspace fractures. It's bad, Captain. The breach is still open, barely, but it's there, like a wound in space-time. It's not stable enough for transit, but it's also not closing on its own. Whatever technology they used punched through from a universe with higher background radiation and different quantum constants. The energy signature is partially organic, which shouldn't be possible, and it's resonating with the wormhole. Everyone turned to look at O'Brien with varying degrees of alarm. It's what? Kira demanded. The Bajoran wormhole is reacting to the dimensional breach, O'Brien confirmed grimly. It's subtle, but the Prophet's realm exists outside normal spacetime. The breach is creating harmonic resonances in subspace that the wormhole is picking up. The Prophets are aware of these people. Xavier straightened in his anti-grav chair, remembering the vast, timeless presence he'd touched upon first arriving. I felt them, he said quietly. When I first regained consciousness, a presence in the wormhole, beings existing outside linear time, watching with curiosity but not hostility. The Prophets, you called them. Cisco's expression became complicated, the look of a man with a deeply personal relationship with entities others considered gods. The Prophets are wormhole aliens who experience all time simultaneously. They're nonlinear beings who have taken an interest in Badger and by extension this station. I serve as their emissary, though I don't pretend to understand their purposes. He looked directly at Xavier. If they're aware of you, Professor, it means your arrival may be more significant than random chance. Nothing is random, Magneto muttered. There are only patterns we haven't yet recognized. Jean Grey suddenly gasped, her hand going to her temple. The Phoenix Force residue within her flared, responding to something vast and incomprehensible touching her consciousness. They're here, she whispered. The Prophets. They want to communicate? No, that's not right. They want to understand. They exist outside time, but we exist outside their understanding. We're from a place they've never seen. The lights in the wardroom flickered, and reality seemed to bend. For a moment that lasted forever and no time at all, everyone in the room felt the presence of something immense examining them with alien curiosity. Then it was gone, and a message remained in all their minds simultaneously. Not words, but concepts translated into thoughts each could understand. The linear ONES from the broken place. The EVOLVEDONES, the next ONES, the ONES who fight themselves, the PROPHETSC, the PROPHETS are curious, the corporeal emissary WILL guide. Cisco slumped in his chair, the familiar weight of prophecy settling on his shoulders once again. "Well," he said with weary irony, "I guess the prophets have opinions about our guests." "What did that mean?" Cyclops demanded, his tactical mind having ambiguity. "The emissary will guide us where? Back home." "The prophets don't experience causality the way we do," Dax explained, her symbiont's previous hosts having studied the wormhole aliens extensively. "They see all of time simultaneously, past, present, and future as one. When they make pronouncements, it's describing what is, was, and will be all at once." "So they're saying Cisco is supposed to help us?" Storm asked. "Or that he will help you," Dax corrected. "Or that he already has helped you from their perspective. Time is complicated with the prophets." Odo shifted his stance, his security-oriented mind cutting through the metaphysical discussion. "Captain, prophecy aside, we still have practical concerns. 23 individuals with extraordinary abilities are currently scattered across this station. The ones we've gathered are cooperative, but several are still resistant to containment. There's a feral individual with metal claws who keeps escaping from secure areas, a teenager who can phase through walls making detention impossible, and someone who appears to be made of organic metal, who simply cannot be moved against his will." "Wolverine, Kitty Pryde, and Colossus," Xavier supplied. "Logan Wolverine has severe trauma regarding confinement. His adamantium skeleton was grafted to his bones through torture. He will react violently to any perceived imprisonment. Catherine Kitty is one of our youngest members, and her phasing ability is instinctive when she's frightened. And Pieter Colossus is simply immovable when in his metal form. They're not being deliberately difficult, Constable. They're frightened and disoriented." "Then control them," Odo said bluntly. "You claim to be their leader, lead." Xavier's eyes flashed with rare anger. "I am not a jailer, sir. I am a teacher. I guide my X-Men through choice and trust, not through mental domination. I could force compliance, strip their free will and turn them into puppets, but that would make me the monster humanity accuses me of being. Even if not controlling them endangers this station," Odo challenged. "Especially then," Xavier replied firmly. "The moment I use my power to rob others of choice, I become what I fight against. I have made that mistake before, Constable, and I will not make it again." The philosophical debate was interrupted by Bashir's medical tricorder beeping urgently. The doctor's enhanced perception had been monitoring Jean Grey throughout the meeting, and what he saw alarmed him. "Miss Grey, your neural patterns are fluctuating wildly. Are you experiencing distress?" Jean's hands trembled slightly. "The Phoenix Force, the cosmic entity I once hosted, left residue in my psyche when it departed. Being in this universe with its different physical laws and that wormhole out there." She looked at Cisco with haunted eyes. "Your prophets exist outside time and space. The Phoenix Force exists outside life and death. They're not so different, and the Phoenix residue inside me is resonating with them like a tuning fork." "Is that dangerous?" Kira asked, her hand instinctively moving toward her phaser. "Everything about the Phoenix is dangerous," Jean said quietly. "It's creation and destruction given form. It chose me once because I could channel its power without being consumed. But I'm not in my home universe anymore. The rules are different here. I can feel the Phoenix trying to reach across dimensions toward me, and every time the wormhole opens, it gets a little closer." Magneto leaned forward, his magnetic senses detecting the electromagnetic anomalies surrounding Jean. "Charles, if the Phoenix Force manifests in this universe—" "It won't," Jean said firmly, though fear flickered in her eyes. "I won't let it. I've spent years learning to suppress the Phoenix. I can control it." "Famous last words," Dax muttered, her Curzon host's memories including several encounters with entities of cosmic power. No one controls forces like that. You can only hope to direct them temporarily. Cisco stood, his decision made. Here's what's going to happen. Professor Xavier, your people will be given quarters in the habitat ring, civilian accommodations, not the brig. But there will be security monitoring, and you'll all wear combadge transponders so we can track your locations. Consider it supervised asylum while we figure out how to get you home. And if we refuse? Magneto asked, his tone making it clear he was testing the limits of their captivity. Then we'll be forced to treat you as hostile intruders and take appropriate measures, Cisco said evenly. I don't want that, and I don't think you do either. Professor Xavier is right. You're not prisoners, but you're also not free citizens of the Federation. You exist in legal limbo, and until Starfleet Command and the Federation Council decide your status, we're all going to have to make compromises. Xavier nodded slowly. An acceptable arrangement, Captain, though I must ask, when will Starfleet arrive? I imagine our presence requires official attention. The USS Enterprise is already en route, Cisco confirmed. Captain Picard has experience with first contact situations, parallel universes, and philosophical dilemmas. He'll arrive in 36 hours. Until then, we maintain status quo. Picard, Dax said with a small smile. You'll like him, Professor. He's a diplomat, a scholar, and a man who believes deeply in the Federation's ideals. If anyone can navigate this situation, it's Jean-Luc. Storm glanced at Xavier, their decades of friendship allowing silent communication. Captain Cisco, we appreciate your willingness to work with us, but I must ask, what happens if you can't send us home? What if the dimensional breach is permanent? The question hung in the air like a death sentence. Cisco exchanged long looks with his senior staff before answering. Then the Federation will have to decide whether beings of your power level can coexist with our civilization. And I'll be honest with you, that decision will terrify a lot of people. The eugenics wars left deep scars. The idea of humans evolving into beings with godlike powers is exactly what drove Khan and his kind to try to conquer Earth. We are not conquerors, Cyclops said coldly, his visor gleaming in the wardroom's light. We're heroes. We've saved our Earth dozens of times from threats you can't imagine. Alien invasions, reality-warping entities, time travelers, cosmic entities. We've faced them all and won. Not to rule, but to protect. That's what the X-Men do. Then prove it, Odo said simply. You want us to trust you. Show us your heroes, not threats. Before anyone could respond, alarms blared throughout the station. Kira's combadge chirped urgently. Major Kira, this is Ops. The wormhole is opening, but the readings are all wrong. Something's coming through, and it's not registering as any known ship signature. Everyone rushed to the wardroom's viewports. The Bajoran wormhole spiraled open in its characteristic cascade of light and color, and emerging from it came something that made even the X-Men, veterans of cosmic battles, catch their breath. A Borg cube. The massive ship emerged from the wormhole like a tumor pushing through healthy tissue, its angular geometry somehow wrong in a way that defied easy description. Cisco's face went ashen. Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Shields up. Prepare for. Captain, Dax's voice cracked with urgency from her combadge. It's not responding to hails, and its power signature is wrong. It's adapted. The cube is using technology we've never seen before. It's as if. The Borg transmitted on all frequencies, their collective voice echoing through DS9's comm systems. We are the Borg. We have assimilated new biological distinctiveness. Mutation, evolution, the X gene, adaptation through biology. Resistance is futile. The evolvedONES will be added to our perfection. Jean Grey's face went white. Oh God, they know about us. Magneto's eyes blazed with rage and terror, the look of a man who'd survived one Holocaust, recognizing the beginning of another. They want our mutations. They want to assimilate our powers into their collective. Xavier's telepathy exploded outward, touching the Borg cube and recoiling in horror from what he found. Captain Sisko, that cube. There are mutants inside it. Not many, but enough. Somehow, somewhere, the Borg have already encountered and assimilated mutants from our universe, and they've come here looking for more. The tactical situation was impossible. Deep Space Nine was a stationary target facing a Borg cube enhanced with mutant abilities. The station's weapons were formidable, but against the Borg's adaptive shields and now potentially mutant-enhanced drones. Cyclops turned to Sisko, all diplomatic pretense abandoned. "Captain, you wanted proof we're heroes. You're about to get it. If those are Borg drones with mutant powers, your phasers won't stop them. Your shields won't hold them. You need us." "He's right," Magneto said, and for once his voice held no arrogance, only grim certainty. "I've felt the electromagnetic signature of that cube. It's adapted. It's using principles I recognize. Someone with magnetic powers has been assimilated. The Borg now understand magnetism the way I do." Storm's eyes had already gone white, her weather sense detecting the impossible. Ion trails in the vacuum of space, electromagnetic disturbances that shouldn't exist in the void. There are mutants on that ship screaming for death they cannot have. The Borg have made them weapons against their will. Sisko made the decision every Starfleet captain dreads, trusting unknown quantities in a crisis. "Ops, this is Sisko. Arm the X-Men. Full access to weapons lockers. Consider them temporary deputies with authorization to engage the Borg threat." Kira stared at him. "Captain, that's..." "An order, Major. We faced the Borg at Wolf 359. We know what they do. If they've adapted mutant abilities, we need every advantage." He turned to Xavier. "Professor, can you disable them telepathically?" Xavier's face was grim. "The Borg have a collective consciousness, billions of minds linked as one. I can influence individual drones, perhaps even small groups, but the whole, it would destroy my mind. However," he looked at Jean, "if Jean and I work together, create a telepathic circuit." "No," Jean said flatly. "Linking our telepathy at that scale would risk triggering the Phoenix. If that happens in this universe, with that wormhole nearby, then we fight them the old-fashioned way," Wolverine's voice growled from the doorway. He'd apparently escaped custody again and come to investigate the alarms, and his expression said he'd heard enough. "Borg want to fight. Let's give 'em one. Been too long since I carved up something that deserved it." Behind him stood the rest of the X-Men, Colossus in full metal form, Nightcrawler trailing brimstone smoke, Rogue with her gloves firmly in place, Gambit shuffling his kinetically charged cards, Iceman already frosting the corridor, Kitty Pryde phasing nervously in and out of solidity, and a dozen others, all ready despite their confusion and displacement. They were the X-Men, heroes who'd faced extinction-level threats before, and they were ready to do it again, even in a universe that wasn't their own. Sisko looked at the assembled mutants, beings who could rewrite reality, manipulate matter, and channel forces beyond comprehension, and made a choice that would echo through Federation history. "Welcome to Starfleet, X-Men. Temporary status, emergency deputization. Now let's show the Borg what happens when they threaten a station defended by Earth's mightiest mutants and the Federation's finest crew." The Borg cube loomed closer, its adaptive shields already compensating for the station's weapons targeting systems. And aboard Deep Space Nine, an alliance formed between two universes' concepts of heroism, prepared for a battle that would determine whether evolution's greatest gifts would serve life, or be twisted into instruments of the ultimate assimilation. The real first contact between the X-Men and the Star Trek universe was about to begin, and it would be written in the chaos of combat against humanity's and mutant kind's greatest nightmare. The Borg cube hung in space like a geometric nightmare, its surface crawling with technological tendrils that seemed to reach toward Deep Space Nine with predatory hunger. On the station's operations deck, controlled chaos reigned as Starfleet officers and X-Men coordinated what might be the most unprecedented defense in Federation history. "Shields at maximum," Kira reported from Tactical, her Bajoran pragmatism cutting through the surreal nature of their situation. "All weapons armed. Runabouts Missouri and Yukon standing by. But Captain, our shields won't hold against sustained Borg assault for more than 6, maybe 7 minutes." Sisko stood at the command platform, his posture radiating the calm authority that had kept DS9 operational through Dominion attacks, mirror universe incursions, and more diplomatic nightmares than he cared to count. But this, coordinating with mutants from another universe against Borg, enhanced with those same mutant powers, this was new even by his standards. "How long until the Enterprise arrives?" he asked Dax. The Trill science officer's spots seemed to darken with concern as she checked her console. 28 hours, Benjamin. We're on our own until then." "Not alone," Professor Xavier said from his position beside the command chair, his anti-grav wheelchair humming softly. "Captain, I'm detecting approximately 4,700 Borg drones aboard that cube. But there's something else. Individual consciousnesses fighting the collective. Mutants, as I suspected, but they're fragmented. The Borg hive mind is struggling to fully assimilate their X-gene variations." "Struggling how?" Sisko asked, latching onto any tactical advantage. Xavier's expression was haunted. "The X-gene doesn't just grant powers, Captain. It fundamentally rewrites human biology in unique ways for each individual. The Borg can replicate the abilities, enhanced strength, energy projection, limited telepathy, but the organic integration is imperfect. It's causing glitches in their collective consciousness, pockets of individuality the hive mind cannot fully suppress." "Can we exploit that?" Worf asked from his tactical station, the Klingon's warrior instincts already calculating battle strategies. He'd fought the Borg before at Wolf 359, watched them slaughter his shipmates aboard the Saratoga. The chance to avenge that loss with these strange, new allies stirred his blood. "Perhaps," Jean Grey said, moving to stand beside Xavier. Her telepathy was nowhere near his range, but her experience with the Phoenix Force gave her insights into cosmic-scale consciousness that even he lacked. "Professor, if we create a telepathic resonance focused on those individuated mutants, don't try to control them. Just amplify their existing resistance to the collective. We might create cascading failures in the hive mind's ability to coordinate," Xavier finished, his eyes lighting with strategic possibility. "Miss Gray, that's brilliant, but we'll need time to establish the resonance pattern, and maintaining it will leave us vulnerable." "Then we make sure you get that time," Cyclops said from where he stood with Storm and Magneto near the situation table. The X-Men's field leader had already mentally divided the team into tactical units, his years of training overriding the disorientation of interdimensional displacement. "Storm, Magneto, and I form Alpha Strike Team. We hit the cube directly, draw their attention while the telepaths work. Colossus, Wolverine, and Rogue form close combat defense if drones beam aboard. Nightcrawler and Kitty provide rapid response." "Begging your pardon," Chief O'Brien interrupted, his engineer's mind already seeing the problems, "but you can't hit the cube directly. It's in vacuum. No air, no pressure, no." "Storm doesn't need air to manipulate electromagnetic fields," Magneto said with a thin smile that held no warmth. "In fact, the vacuum makes it easier. No atmospheric interference with the solar wind, cosmic radiation, or magnetic field lines. Your Borg chose poorly when they assimilated mutant abilities without understanding their full scope." Storm's eyes had already gone white, her consciousness expanding to embrace the solar system's electromagnetic environment. "I can feel it," she said, her voice carrying the harmonics of distant thunder. "The solar wind, the radiation belts, the magnetic field lines connecting your star to every planet in this system. The Borg cube disrupts these patterns like a stone in a river. I can work with that." "And I," Magneto continued, his hands already wreathed in purple-tinged magnetic fields, can manipulate any ferrous metal, any electromagnetic system, any technology dependent on magnetic storage or transmission, which is to say, all technology. The Borg's own adaptive shields run on electromagnetic principles. I can make them a weapon against themselves. Dax looked up from her scanning of the cube, her trill spots practically glowing with scientific fascination despite the danger. The cube's shields are adapting, but they're adapting to our phaser frequencies, our photon torpedo yields. They've never encountered someone who can manipulate the fundamental electromagnetic forces their shields rely on. You're proposing we send our guests, who have no EVA training, no experience with ship-to-ship combat. No. Kira's objection was cut short by Sisko's raised hand. Major, we don't have the luxury of standard protocols. The Borg adapt. They've already adapted to every tactic we've used against them. They're expecting Starfleet weapons, Starfleet strategies. They're not expecting mutants who can manipulate weather in space or tear apart their cube with magnetism. He turned to Cyclops. What do you need from us? Cyclops' tactical mind snapped into full operational mode. Transporter access for rapid extraction if things go wrong. Runabouts with pilots ready to provide fire support. Your weapons may not penetrate their shields, but they'll still force the Borg to divert processing power to adaptation. And someone monitoring our biosigns who can pull us out if we're in danger of assimilation. Dr. Bashir will coordinate medical monitoring, Sisko said. Chief, prepare the transporter for emergency beam-out. Major Kira, you'll coordinate the runabout support. Commander Worf. I wish to accompany the assault team, Worf said immediately, his Klingon honor demanding he face the Borg directly. I have fought them before. I know their patterns. As do I, a new voice said from the turbolift. Constable Odo flowed onto Ops, his changeling form solidifying into his usual stern Bajoran shape. Captain, if Borg drones beam aboard, I can seal breaches, contain intrusions, and fight in ways solid beings cannot. I should remain aboard to coordinate internal security while the assault team engages externally. Sisko nodded, the pieces of his defense falling into place. Agreed, Odo. Internal security is yours. Major Kira launched the runabouts, Missouri and Yukon, standard attack pattern Baker 2. Commander Worf, you'll accompany the mutant assault team in a runabout. Your combat experience may keep them alive. He turned to Xavier and Jean. Professor, Miss Gray, you'll work from Ops. Best shielding on the station, and we can protect you while you're wherever telepaths go when they do what you do. Xavier inclined his head. We'll need absolute silence and no interruptions once we begin. The mental concentration required. The Borg cube fired. Not the typical Borg cutting beam. This was something new, something adapted. The energy beam that lanced toward DS9 crackled with electrical discharge that looked disturbingly like Storm's lightning, and when it hit the shields, the station rocked with an impact that sent several people sprawling. Shields down to 72%, Kira shouted over the alarm klaxons. That wasn't a standard Borg weapon. They've assimilated someone with electrokinetic abilities, Jean said, her telepathy picking up the tortured mind behind the attack. A mutant who could generate and control electricity. The Borg are channeling that power through their weapon systems. Then we don't wait, Magneto said, already moving toward the turbolift. Every moment we delay gives them time to adapt further. Storm, Summers with me. Let's show these technological parasites what real power looks like. Storm and Cyclops exchanged glances, then followed. The tension between Xavier's diplomatic approach and Magneto's aggressive philosophy had always defined the X-Men's internal conflicts, but in crisis, they knew how to work together. It was what made them formidable despite their differences. In the runabout bay, the three mutants and Worf boarded the USS Rio Grande, one of DS9's most combat-capable auxiliary craft. The Klingon took the pilot's seat with practiced efficiency, while the X-Men secured themselves in the passenger compartment. Though secured, was relative when dealing with people who could manipulate fundamental forces. The runabout shields are minimal compared to the stations, Worf warned as he brought the impulse engines online. If the Borg focus fire on us, they won't have time, Cyclops said, his hand moving to his visor controls. I'll draw their attention the moment we clear the bay. My optic blasts will register as an energy signature they haven't encountered. While they're adapting, Storm and Magneto do the real damage. Worf's lips curled into something almost approaching a smile. A warrior strategy, honorable. The runabout launched, accelerating away from DS9 toward the Borg cube at full impulse. Today is a good day to die. Let's make sure it's a better day to live, Cyclops countered, then opened a comm channel. Alpha Team to Ops, beginning our run. On the operations deck, Cisco watched the runabout's progress on the main view screen while simultaneously coordinating the defense. Runabouts Missouri and Yukon, attack pattern Baker 2, target the cube's shield emitters. Even if you can't penetrate, force them to divert power to adaptation. The two additional runabouts peeled away from DS9, their microphoton torpedoes streaking toward the Borg cube. The torpedoes detonated against adaptive shields that phased through multiple frequencies, searching for the optimal defense, exactly as Starfleet tactics predicted. Which was why no one was prepared for what Cyclops did next. The Rio Grande's hatch opened. Explosive decompression would have killed a normal human, but Cyclops had fought in space before with the X-Men's specialized gear. Now, trusting Storm to maintain a breathable atmosphere bubble around him through her electromagnetic manipulation, he stepped into the vacuum and removed his visor's safety restraints. The optic blast that erupted from his eyes was pure kinetic force channeled from another dimension, the punch dimension, as Beast had theorized, and it hit the Borg cube like a battering ram made of concentrated concussive energy. Unlike phasers or photons or any energy weapon in the Federation's arsenal, Cyclops' blast didn't operate on principles the Borg could easily adapt to. It was force, raw and unrelenting, smashing into the cube's geometric surface and punching through adaptive shields that didn't know how to phase against interdimensional kinetic energy. A section of the cube's hull crumpled inward. Impossible, Dax breathed, watching her sensors struggle to classify what they just witnessed. That energy signature, it's not coming from the runabout. It's not coming from anywhere in this universe. It's literally forcing its way through dimensional barriers. The Borg cube's response was immediate and terrifying. Dozens of tractor beams lanced out, attempting to seize the runabout. Drones began beaming into space, their personal shields allowing them to survive in vacuum as they oriented on Cyclops with single-minded purpose. And the cube itself rotated, bringing weapons to bear on this new threat. Which was when Storm and Magneto struck. Storm's consciousness had expanded across the solar system, touching every electromagnetic field line, every solar wind particle, every trace of ionized matter within 100,000 kilometers. She was the lightning and the storm, the fury of nature given awareness and purpose. Her will shape the cosmic environment itself. Lightning arced through the vacuum, not the earthly lightning of atmospheric discharge, but cosmic lightning born from solar wind and magnetic reconnection events, the kind of energy discharge that happened on the surface of stars. It converged on the Borg cube from a dozen directions simultaneously, each bolt carrying megawatts of power that forced the adaptive shields to cycle through defensive configurations faster than the collective consciousness could process. And while the Borg struggled to adapt to Storm's assault, Magneto went to work. His power touched every ferrous atom in the cube's structure, every electromagnetic field in its shield generators, every quantum bit in its distributed processing networks. The master of magnetism had spent decades perfecting his control, learning to manipulate matter at scales from planetary down to molecular. A Borg cube was, fundamentally, a collection of metal and electromagnetic systems. It might as well have been made of putty. Magneto's hands moved like a conductor directing an orchestra of destruction. Shield emitters tore free from the cube's surface, their magnetic containment fields collapsing as he redirected their power into feedback loops. Structural support beams twisted and buckled. Entire sections of the cube's hull peeled away like opening a can, exposing the interior to vacuum and storms cosmic lightning. "By the prophets," Kira whispered in ops, watching the tactical display show a Borg cube, the Federation's nightmare. The threat that had cost them 40 starships at Wolf 359, being systematically torn apart by 3 individuals. Are they even human? "They're mutants," Bashir said quietly, his enhanced eyes tracking bioreadings that should have been impossible. Evolution's shortcuts, decades or centuries of gradual development compressed into a single generation. This is what frightens people about them. Not that they're different, but that they're so much more powerful than baseline humanity. Xavier, preparing to enter his telepathic trance, heard the comment and felt the familiar ache of a lifetime spent justifying his people's existence. "We are still human, Doctor. We bleed, we fear, we die. Power doesn't make us less human, it merely makes our struggles more visible." On the view screen, the Borg cube's adaptation protocols finally caught up to the assault. Shields reconfigured to ground out Storm's lightning, dispersing it across the cube's entire surface. Structural integrity fields reinforced sections Magneto was tearing at, fighting his magnetic manipulation with brute force power distribution. And drones, dozens, then hundreds, began beaming into space, forming a defensive perimeter around the cube. But then the drones did something unexpected. They stopped. Hundreds of Borg drones floating in perfect formation suddenly jerked, their movements losing coordination. Some drifted off vector, others seemed to struggle against invisible restraints, and through the comm system, cutting across all Starfleet frequencies, came voices, individual voices, screaming through the collective. "Help us. Can't control. Please kill us." The voices won't stop. "We remember being human." Xavier had begun his telepathic assault. In ops, the professor sat motionless in his chair, Jean Grey's hands on his temples, their combined telepathy creating a circuit powerful enough to touch the Borg collective itself. They couldn't control it. That would have been like trying to control an ocean. But they could touch the individual mutant consciousnesses trapped within it. The X gene wasn't just biological, it was neurological, affecting how mutants' brains processed reality itself. The Borg could assimilate the powers, replicate the abilities, but they couldn't fully suppress the unique consciousness that came with mutation. Every assimilated mutant was a glitch in the hive mind, a pocket of individuality that required constant processing power to suppress. Xavier and Jean amplified those glitches. Every mutant consciousness within the cube suddenly blazed with renewed individuality, fighting the collective with desperate fury. It wasn't freedom. They were still assimilated, still trapped, but it was resistance, and resistance created chaos. The Borg cube's coordination broke down. Shield generators fluctuated as processing power diverted to suppressing mutant rebellions. Weapon systems fired randomly. Structural integrity fields collapsed in sections as the collective struggled to maintain control over technology and assimilated beings simultaneously. "Now," Cisco ordered, "all ships concentrate fire on the exposed sections, target their shield generators." DS-9's phaser arrays opened up, joined by the runabout's micro-torpedoes. The barrage hammered into the cube's weakened defenses, each hit forcing the Borg to divert more resources to adaptation and repair, resources they desperately needed to maintain control over their rebellious mutant drones. Worf brought the Rio Grande in close, firing the runabout's weapons at point-blank range, while Cyclops continued his relentless optic assault. Storm's lightning now mixed with photon torpedo explosions, creating cascading energy releases that overwhelmed the cube's ability to adapt. And Magneto was tearing the cube apart from the inside, his magnetic manipulation reaching into its interior and pulverizing critical systems with the casual ease of a child crushing an insect. The Borg responded with terrifying efficiency despite the chaos. Transporter beams materialized drones aboard DS9, dozens, then hundreds, overwhelming security protocols as the collective attempted to assimilate the station itself while under external assault. "Intruder alert," Odo's voice cut through the comm system. "Borg drones on promenade levels, habitat ring, and engineering. Security teams engaging but falling back. They're adapting to our phasers too quickly." This was the moment the defensive X-Men had prepared for. Wolverine hit the first wave of Borg drones on the promenade like a berserker from ancient legend, his adamantium claws shearing through personal shields and cutting beam emitters with equal ease. The Borg's adaptive technology could phase phasers, but it couldn't adapt to 12 inches of indestructible metal driven by a man who'd been fighting for over 100 years. "Come on, you technological freaks," Logan roared, his healing factor repairing the injuries even as Borg assimilation tubules pierced his skin. The nanoprobes tried to assimilate him and found themselves fighting a cellular regeneration rate that purged them faster than they could replicate. Wolverine was, quite literally, impossible to assimilate. That the best you got. Behind him, Colossus had transformed into his organic steel form, his massive fists smashing Borg drones with impacts that crumpled their exoskeletons and shattered their shields through sheer kinetic force. He was an immovable object meeting stoppable forces, and the Borg were learning the hard way that not everything could be adapted to. Rogue, her gloved hands carefully positioned, grabbed exposed sections of Borg drone armor, not skin-to-skin contact, but enough metal-to-metal conduction to let her absorption power work on the technology itself. She drained shield generators, pulled power from weapon systems, and created electromagnetic dead zones that left drones vulnerable to Odo's security teams. "Keep them contained," Odo shouted, his changeling form shifting between weapons, tools, and barriers as tactical needs demanded. He could become a wall to block drone advancement, then shift to a net to entangle them, then solidify into a hammer to smash vulnerable components. His shapeshifting was proving as hard for the Borg to adapt to as the mutants' abilities. How do you assimilate someone who had no fixed form? In the habitat ring, Nightcrawler was proving why the X-Men considered him invaluable. His teleportation made him impossible to target, allowing him to bamf behind Borg lines, sabotage critical systems, and rescue civilians before bamfing away in a cloud of brimstone. He was everywhere and nowhere, a blue devil who couldn't be caught or predicted. Kitty Pryde worked alongside him, her phasing letting her walk through walls, through Borg drones, through any barrier. She pulled trapped civilians from sealed compartments, disabled force fields from the inside, and disrupted Borg technology simply by phasing through it. Her intangibility played havoc with circuits and systems as much as it did with solid matter. But for every drone the X-Men defeated, 2 more beamed aboard. The Borg were relentless, adapting not to defeat the mutants but to work around them, focusing on assimilating the station's systems rather than its defenders. In main engineering, Chief O'Brien fought a desperate battle to keep the Borg from accessing DS9's primary systems. If they get into the station's computer core, they'll assimilate everything, every Starfleet code, every tactical database, every piece of classified information. Gambit appeared beside him in a flash of kinetic light, having sprinted through corridors filled with combat to reach engineering. The Cajun mutant's hands danced across his deck of cards, each one charging with explosive kinetic energy as his power transformed potential energy into violent release. "Don't worry, mon ami," Gambit drawled, flinging charged cards that exploded against Borg drones with grenade-like force. "Gambit got your back. These robots want a game. Gambit gonna show them why you don't bet against the house." The charged cards tore through Borg shields that had adapted to phasers, kinetic explosions and electromagnetic energy releases that operated on principles the collective had never encountered. But it wasn't enough. There were too many drones, and they were adapting too quickly. Then Bobby Drake, Iceman, arrived. The young mutant's ice manipulation powers had always been underestimated, even by the X-Men themselves. Bobby could freeze water, people thought. Useful for combat, sure, but not game-changing. What they forgot was that Iceman didn't manipulate water. He manipulated thermal energy itself, able to reduce kinetic energy at the molecular level down to absolute zero. He flash-froze a dozen Borg drones solid, their technology shattering as molecular motion ceased. The Borg tried to adapt to generate heat to compensate, but you can't adapt to thermodynamics. At absolute zero, nothing moves, nothing functions. The Borg became statues of their own frozen malevolence. "Engineering secure," O'Brien reported, his Irish accent thick with exhausted relief. "Thanks to your people, Captain. Never thought I'd be grateful for someone who can freeze people solid, but there's a first time for everything." In Ops, Sisko monitored the battle's progress across multiple fronts, his command training keeping his mind focused despite the chaos. The external assault was succeeding. The Borg cube was heavily damaged, its shields fluctuating, its structure compromised. But the internal assault was devastating. DS9 had Borg drones on 7 decks, and while the X-Men were holding them, it was a near thing. Xavier and Jean remained in their telepathic trance, their combined consciousness locked in mental battle with the Borg collective. Sweat poured down both their faces. Blood trickled from Jean's nose. Xavier's hands trembled with the strain. But they held, amplifying every spark of mutant resistance within the cube, turning the Borg's assimilated mutants into weapons against the hive mind itself. "Benjamin," Dax said urgently, "the cube is preparing to self-destruct. They're going to overload their power matrix. The explosion will take out the station." "Time to detonation." 90 seconds. Sisko's mind raced through options. They couldn't evacuate. They couldn't destroy the cube before it detonated. It was too damaged to target reliably. They couldn't. "I can stop it," Magneto's voice came over the comm, distorted by interference but determined. "The power matrix, its electromagnetic containment fields. I can collapse them safely, drain the energy into space instead of letting it explode." "You'd have to be inside the cube," Worf objected. "Surrounded by Borg, they would assimilate." "They would try," Magneto corrected. "I have manipulated magnetic fields powerful enough to move planets Klingon. I think I can handle keeping a few million nanoprobes away from my bloodstream long enough to save your station." There was a pause then, almost gentle. "Besides, Charles would never forgive me if I let his dream of mutant-human cooperation die, because I was too cowardly to risk myself." "Eric, no," Xavier's voice, strained by telepathic exertion but still commanding. "I won't lose you." "You won't, old friend. I've survived worse. And perhaps it's time I prove that mutant superiority includes the superior virtue of self-sacrifice." Before anyone could object further, Magneto generated a magnetic field around himself and simply flew, propelled by manipulating Earth's magnetic field, directly into the heart of the Borg cube through one of the sections Storm and Cyclops had torn open. What happened next would be studied by Federation scientists for years. Magneto stood at the center of the Borg cube's power matrix, surrounded by hundreds of drones attempting to assimilate him. His magnetic field held them at bay, deflecting assimilation tubules and crushing drones that came too close. And then he reached out with his power, touching the massive electromagnetic containment fields that held the cube's antimatter reactor stable. With surgical precision born from a lifetime of mastery, he began redirecting energy. Not an explosion, but a controlled discharge, draining the overloading reactor's power into space as pure electromagnetic radiation. It was like diffusing a bomb while standing inside it, every second bringing him closer to either success or catastrophic failure. 70 seconds, Dax reported. Storm sensed what Magneto was attempting and immediately understood her role. She began shaping the discharged energy, using her weather manipulation to guide the radiation away from DS9, creating electromagnetic channels through the solar wind that carried the deadly energy safely into deep space. 50 seconds. Cyclops repositioned the Rio Grande, his optic blasts carving a path through Borg drones that attempted to stop Magneto's work. "Come on, Eric," he muttered. "You didn't survive the Holocaust and decades of fighting humanity just to die saving humans. Prove your philosophy wrong. Prove that mutants and humans can work together." 30 seconds. Xavier's telepathy reached across space, touching Magneto's mind. Not to control, not to command, but to support. "I'm with you, old friend. You're not alone." 20 seconds. Magneto's hands moved like a conductor reaching the crescendo of a symphony. The energy flows aligned, the containment field stabilized, the overload subsided. And then, with a final gesture of dismissal, he released the entire power matrix safely into the void. 10 seconds wait. Dax's fingers flew across her console. The overload is neutralized. The cube's power matrix is offline. They're dead in space. The Borg cube hung in orbit, its systems failing, its collective consciousness fragmenting as the mutant rebellion's Xavier and Jean had sparked finally overwhelmed the hive mind's ability to maintain cohesion. Without power, without coordination, it was just a geometric piece of space debris filled with technology and tragedy. The drones aboard DS9 collapsed, their connection to the collective severed. Odo's security teams moved in quickly, securing them before they could reactivate. In the Rio Grande, Worf initiated transport, beaming Magneto directly from the heart of the dead cube. The master of magnetism materialized on the runabout's transporter pad, exhausted but alive, his uniform scorched and his body trembling from the exertion. "That," Magneto said weakly, "was significantly more difficult than I made it appear." Cyclops actually smiled. "Welcome to the X-Men, where we regularly do impossible things while making them look easy. Storm, get us back to DS9. Eric needs medical attention and I need a drink, preferably one of whatever they serve in that Ferengiz bar." On DS9's operations deck, Xavier and Jean finally broke their telepathic circuit, both collapsing from exhaustion. Medical teams rushed to their side as Cisco surveyed the aftermath of a battle that should have been impossible. One Borg cube, damaged, powered down, but intact enough to study. 47 Borg drones captured, including 17 with assimilated mutant abilities that Starfleet's xenobiologists would spend years trying to understand. And 23 mutants from another universe who had just proven beyond any doubt that they were heroes. "Casualty report," Cisco ordered quietly. Kira checked her displays. 37 injuries among station personnel, none fatal. The X-Men took the brunt of the close combat. Civilian casualties minimal. The mutants' defensive efforts protected the population centers. Bashir's voice came over the comm. "Medical to ops. Professor Xavier and Miss Gray are stable but exhausted. Magneto has second-degree burns and electromagnetic field exposure, but he'll recover. Wolverine's already healed from injuries that should have killed him 3 times over. The rest of the X-Men are shaken but operational. Captain, these people, their resilience is extraordinary." Cisco nodded, a decision crystallizing in his mind. "Open a station-wide channel." When the channel opened, He spoke with the authority of Starfleet and the sincerity of a man who just witnessed something remarkable. "This is Captain Sisko. Today, Deep Space Nine faced a Borg cube, one of the most dangerous threats known to the Federation. We survived, and we owe that survival to our unexpected guests. The X-Men came to our universe by accident, found themselves in the middle of a crisis not of their making, and chose to fight alongside us anyway. They asked for nothing. They demanded no concessions. They simply did what heroes do. They protected those who couldn't protect themselves." He paused, letting that sink in throughout the station. "I know many of you are afraid of these people's powers. I know the Federation's history with genetic augmentation gives us reason for caution. But I also know what I saw today: courage, sacrifice, and heroism from beings who prove that power doesn't corrupt, character does. The X-Men have earned our respect, our gratitude, and our trust." Sisko out. In the station's wardroom, where the senior staff had gathered with the X-Men's leadership, an exhausted silence reigned for several moments before Worf spoke, his Klingon sense of honor demanding acknowledgement. "You fought with courage and skill. The Borg have destroyed fleets, conquered worlds, assimilated entire civilizations. Today, they were defeated by warriors from another universe. It was a good battle." "It was a necessary battle," Xavier corrected gently. "We didn't fight for glory or conquest, Commander. We fought because those Borg drones, the ones with mutant abilities, were our people. Assimilated, enslaved, turned into weapons against their will. We couldn't abandon them to that fate, any more than you could abandon your own crewmates." Storm, her white hair still crackling with residual electricity, leaned forward. "Captain Sisko, I must ask, what happens to the captured drones? The ones with mutant abilities? In our universe, there would be those who see them as too dangerous to live, who would call for their execution rather than risk their powers." "In the Federation," Sisko said carefully, "we don't execute people for what they might do. Those drones will be studied, yes, in the hope that we can develop better defenses against Borg assimilation. But they'll also be treated humanely. And if there's any possibility of severing them from the collective and restoring their individuality, we'll explore it. Just as you're exploring the possibility of sending us home," Cyclops asked pointedly. "Chief O'Brien and Commander Dax are working on that now," Sisko confirmed. "The dimensional breach is still open, still unstable. With the Borg crisis resolved, we can focus on understanding how to either send you back or permanently seal the breach to prevent further incursions." "And if we can't go home?" Jean asked quietly. "If the breach can't be reopened safely, or if going back would risk more cross-dimensional contamination?" The question hung in the air like a death sentence. Odo, from his position by the door, spoke with his characteristic bluntness. "Then the Federation will have to decide whether beings with your power level can coexist with our civilization. Today, you proved you can be allies, but the Federation Council will want assurances that today's allies won't become tomorrow's threats." "We've heard that before," Magneto said bitterly, his burns still being treated by a medical tricorder Bashir held. "Every time mutants prove we can be heroes, humanity finds new reasons to fear us." "Perhaps," Dax said thoughtfully, her 9 lifetimes of experience lending weight to her words, "that's because in your universe you're the only humans with such powers. Here you'd be joining a galaxy filled with species with extraordinary abilities. Betazoids read minds. Changelings alter form. Elorians perceive time differently. The Q are practically gods. You wouldn't be unique, you'd be diverse." Xavier's eyes widened as the implication sank in. "You're saying that in your universe, we might finally find the acceptance we've fought for our entire lives, not because humanity has become more enlightened, but because we'd be just one more variation among thousands." "I'm saying," Dax replied with a gentle smile, "that the Federation's founding principle is infinite diversity in infinite combinations. You'd fit that principle quite well." The door chimed, and a young Starfleet ensign entered with a pad. "Captain Sisko, message from Starfleet Command. The Enterprise will arrive in 18 hours. Admiral Nechayev has ordered a full diplomatic briefing on the mutant situation. Sisko accepted the pad, reading quickly. His expression darkened slightly. Admiral Nechayev, tactical-minded, security-focused, and deeply suspicious of anything that threatens Federation stability. She's not going to be as welcoming as I've been. Then we'll convince her, Storm said with quiet confidence. The X-Men have faced prejudice before, Captain. We've survived government programs designed to exterminate us, fought alongside the Avengers, and saved our Earth more times than I can count. We can handle one skeptical admiral. Perhaps, Sisko said, though his expression suggested concern. But understand, Nechayev represents a significant faction within Starfleet. They see security threats everywhere, and they have good reason. The Dominion War, the Borg, the Cardassians, the Romulans. The Federation has enemies on every border. And now, from her perspective, we have 23 refugees with powers that rival or exceed anything in the known galaxy. She'll want containment protocols, power-dampening fields, constant monitoring. Prison, Wolverine growled from where he just entered, his healing factor having already dealt with the injuries that should have hospitalized him for weeks. She'll want us locked up for everyone's safety. Been through that before. Weapon X program, Department H, various government facilities that thought they could cage the wild animal. Never ends well. Then we don't give her a reason, Cyclops said firmly, his tactical mind already planning ahead. In 18 hours, the Enterprise arrives with Captain Picard and Admiral Nechayev. We have that time to prove we're not a threat, that we're assets. We help repair the station. We share intelligence on the Borg's assimilated mutant abilities. We demonstrate control, restraint, and cooperation. Xavier nodded slowly. Scott is correct. We must show them who we are through actions, not words. The X-Men have always believed that trust is earned through deeds. Magneto's lip curled. How very noble, Charles. Prove ourselves to yet another group of humans who fear us. At what point do you accept that perhaps they should fear us? That power of our magnitude demands respect, not constant appeasement. The moment we demand respect through fear, Xavier said quietly, we become the monsters they believe us to be. I will not sacrifice our principles, Eric. Not even here, in a universe not our own. The philosophical divide between the two old friends. The eternal debate between Xavier's dream of peaceful coexistence and Magneto's belief in mutant superiority was about to play out on an intergalactic stage. Sisko stood, recognizing the brewing conflict. Gentlemen, ladies, I suggest we all get some rest. The next 18 hours will determine your future in this universe, and possibly the Federation's future as well. Medical teams will tend to your injured. Quarters have been assigned in the habitat ring, and I've arranged for Quark to provide you with a meal on the station's account. After what you did today, it's the least we can offer. 6 hours later, in Quark's bar, an unusual gathering was taking place. The Ferengi bartender, ever the opportunist, had transformed the upper level into a semi-private space where X-Men and Starfleet officers could mingle in a less formal setting than the wardroom. Wolverine sat at the bar, working through his third bottle of Romulan ale while Quark watched in commercial fascination. You know, the Ferengi said, his lobes practically quivering, in all my years running this establishment, I've never seen anyone drink 3 bottles of cauliflower without passing out. Your metabolism must be extraordinary. Healing factor, Logan grunted. Burns through toxins faster than they can affect me. Means I can drink all night and never get drunk. Also means hangovers are impossible, which is nice, but actual drunkenness is pretty much out of reach too. Tragic, Quark said with mock sympathy. Though I have to say, the way you carved through those Borg drones, that was impressive. Brutal, violent, and entirely too destructive for my peace of mind, but impressive. Ever consider a career in security? I could use someone who can't be killed guarding my more valuable inventory. Wolverine actually smiled. a rare expression that made him look almost human rather than the feral warrior most people saw. Tried the security gig. Always ends with me getting blamed for excessive force. Turns out impaling intruders with adamantium claws is inappropriate response, even when they're trying to kill everyone. Across the bar, Beast and Data had found each other with the inevitable magnetism of two analytical minds confronting unprecedented questions. The android and the mutant genius sat surrounded by pads and scientific instruments, engaged in a conversation that would have been incomprehensible to anyone without multiple advanced degrees. Fascinating, Data said, his positronic brain processing Beast's explanation of the X gene at speeds that impressed even Hank. A single genetic sequence that can manifest in virtually unlimited variations, each producing unique phenotypic expressions ranging from minor physical alterations to fundamental reality manipulation. The evolutionary implications alone are staggering. Quite, Beast agreed, his blue-furred hand sketching complex genetic diagrams on a pad. The X gene appears to be a master control sequence that unlocks latent potentials in human DNA, potentials that may have been deliberately encoded millions of years ago by forces we don't fully understand. Some theorists suggest the Celestials, ancient cosmic entities, may have experimented with Earth's evolutionary path. Others believe the X gene is simply human evolution, responding to environmental pressures in exponential, rather than gradual fashion. An accelerated evolutionary response mechanism, Data mused. Similar in principle to how certain bacterial species develop antibiotic resistance within generations rather than millennia, but on a far more sophisticated scale, affecting complex organisms rather than simple prokaryotes. Precisely. And the truly remarkable aspect is that the X gene doesn't merely enhance existing human capabilities. It introduces entirely new biological systems. Storm doesn't simply have enhanced weather prediction abilities. She has organs and neural structures that allow her to perceive and manipulate electromagnetic fields in ways baseline humans cannot even detect. Cyclops doesn't just have powerful eyes. His optic blasts draw energy from another dimension through portals behind his eyes. We are, in a very real sense, transitional forms between humanity and something beyond. Data tilted his head in that characteristic gesture of processing new information. Does this not create significant psychological challenges? To be simultaneously human and post-human, belonging fully to neither category. Beast's expression grew melancholy. You've identified the central tragedy of mutant existence, Data. We are human enough to crave acceptance from our birth species, yet different enough to be rejected by that same species. It's a peculiar form of isolation, surrounded by people who look like you, who share 99% of your DNA, yet who fear and hate you for the 1% that makes you different. I understand isolation, Data said quietly. I am the only known sentient android. I have no others of my kind, no community that shares my unique perspective. Yet I have found acceptance among humans who value me for my contributions rather than fear me for my differences. Perhaps the key is not changing who you are, but finding those who can accept you as you are. A lovely sentiment, Beast replied with a sad smile, but difficult to achieve when the majority of your species views your existence as a threat. Still, I appreciate the philosophical companionship, my friend. It's rare to find someone who can discuss evolutionary mechanics while simultaneously pondering the existential implications. At a corner table, Storm and Jadzia Dax were engaged in a different kind of exchange, women of power and grace comparing experiences across universes. Dax's 8 previous lifetimes gave her perspective few could match, while Storm's dual nature as goddess and mutant provided its own unique worldview. I've been male and female, scientist and warrior, diplomat and artist, Dax said, swirling her ractigino thoughtfully. But I've never been worshipped as a goddess. How does one reconcile that with being? Well, with being a person, with having doubts and fears like anyone else. Storm's white eyes reflected the bar's atmospheric lighting. It's complicated. In Kenya, where I was born, my mother was a tribal princess. After she died, I wandered North Africa as an orphan, eventually developing my powers during puberty. The tribes I encountered saw my weather manipulation as divine, proof that I was sent by the gods, or perhaps was a goddess myself. They worshipped me and I accepted it, not from ego, but because it gave me purpose. If I was a goddess, then I had a responsibility to protect those who prayed to me. But you don't believe you're actually divine, Dax observed. No, I'm a mutant with the ability to manipulate atmospheric conditions and electromagnetic fields. The science is clear, even if the spiritual interpretation feels true in a different way. I am Ororo Munro, a woman who happens to command the storm. The goddess aspects, those are what others project onto me, what they need me to be. And perhaps there's divinity in being what others need you to be, in using power not for yourself, but in service to something greater. Dax smiled with the wisdom of 9 lifetimes. The prophets of the wormhole chose Benjamin as their emissary. He struggles with it, being a Starfleet officer who's also a religious figure to an entire planet. Your situation sounds similar. Power and responsibility intertwined with faith and purpose. Does your Captain Sisko believe the prophets are gods? He believes they're powerful alien entities existing outside linear time, Dax said carefully. But he also recognizes that to the Bajorans, they are gods, and his role as emissary has real spiritual meaning regardless of the prophet's true nature. Sometimes what something means is more important than what something is. Nearby, Nightcrawler had gravitated toward the Bajoran contingent, Major Kira and several of her colleagues, drawn by their obvious spiritual depth. Kurt Wagner, the demonic-looking teleporter who was actually one of the most devout Catholics in the X-Men, had found kindred spirits in people who understood faith. Your prophets, Kurt said in his lilting German accent, they exist outside time. They see all moments simultaneously. Kira nodded. According to the emissary, yes. They don't understand linear existence. Past, present, and future are all one to them. It makes communication difficult, but also makes them, well, omniscient in a sense. They see what was, what is, and what will be. Like your Christian God, one of the Bajoran officers observed. Omnipresent, omniscient, eternal. Similar, Kurt agreed, his tail curling around his leg in a habitual gesture of contemplation. Though I must admit, meeting genuine divine beings, or at least beings who might as well be divine from our limited perspective, is challenging to my faith. In my universe, God is a matter of belief, of faith without proof. Here, you have gods you can talk to. Does that make faith easier or harder? Kira smiled grimly. Harder, actually. It's easy to have faith when God is invisible, distant, ineffable. When your gods are real and present, you have to confront the fact that they don't always intervene, don't always prevent suffering, don't always match your expectations. The prophets could have prevented the Kardashian occupation of Badger, 50 years of slavery and death, but they didn't. Understanding why requires a faith deeper than simple belief. The problem of evil, Kurt murmured. If God is all-powerful and all-good, why does evil exist? It's the oldest theological question, and meeting actual divine beings doesn't answer it. It makes it more pressing. Perhaps, Kira said thoughtfully, that's the point. Faith isn't about having easy answers. It's about trusting that there's meaning even when we can't see it, purpose even when we can't understand it. The prophets work on timescales we can't comprehend, toward goals we can barely imagine. And yet I trust them. Not because they've proven themselves trustworthy by human standards, but because faith requires the leap beyond proof. Kurt's expression was one of profound respect. Major, you've just articulated something I've struggled with my entire life. I look like a demon, red skin, yellow eyes, pointed tail, fangs. Children scream when they see me. Religious zealots have tried to exorcise me, convinced I'm Satan's spawn. Yet I know I'm a child of God, a mutant, yes, but still part of divine creation. Your faith, despite having seen gods fail to prevent suffering, mirrors my faith despite appearing to be the thing faith opposes. We both believe despite, or perhaps because of, the challenges. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion at the bar's entrance. Several Starfleet security officers entered, looking uncomfortable, followed by a delegation of civilians, station residents of various species, all watching the X-Men with expressions ranging from curiosity to apprehension. A Bajoran merchant stepped forward, his voice carrying across the suddenly quiet bar. "We wanted to thank you, the X-Men. You saved us today. When the Borg beamed aboard, we thought we were dead, or worse, that we'd be assimilated. But you fought them, protected us. We're alive because of you." Others stepped forward, adding their thanks. "My daughter was trapped in a sealed compartment. That blue man, the one who teleports, he saved her. The metal giant, he held a bulkhead up while we evacuated. The woman who controls ice, she froze a whole section to stop the Borg from spreading. We were wrong to be afraid of you. You're heroes." Professor Xavier, who'd been sitting quietly in a corner with Jean Grey, both still recovering from their telepathic exertion, felt tears prickling his eyes. After a lifetime of fighting for acceptance, hearing genuine gratitude from people who had every reason to fear mutants was almost overwhelming. "We did what anyone would do," he said gently. "We protected those who needed protection. It's what the X-Men have always done in any universe." But not everyone in the bar shared the grateful sentiment. A Starfleet ensign, young and clearly influenced by anti-augmentation sentiment, spoke up with the courage of conviction. "You protected us today, yes. But what about tomorrow? What happens when you decide we're the threat? You have powers that could destroy this station. That could kill everyone aboard. How do we know you won't?" The temperature in the room dropped as several X-Men tensed, but it was Rogue who responded. Her southern drawl, carrying pain and wisdom, earned through years of living as a weapon she couldn't control. "Suga, I can't touch another person without absorbing their memories, their powers, their very life force. I've killed people by accident, killed them just by touching their hand. Every day I wake up, I have the power to kill everyone I meet. You want to know how you can trust me? The same way I trust myself, through choice. I choose not to hurt people. I choose to control my power rather than let it control me. And I've been macking that choice every single day for years." She pulled off one glove, showing her bare hand, an act of vulnerability that made several people step back instinctively. "This is what trust looks like. Knowing I could hurt you, but choosing not to. Believing that y'all will give me the space to be careful, to be safe. Trust goes both ways, hun. You're asking us to prove we won't misuse our power, but we're asking you to trust that we'll use it responsibly. Neither side gets guarantees. That's what trust is, a leap of faith." She put her glove back on, the moment of vulnerability passing. "The X-Men have been macking that leap for decades. We're asking you to make it with us." The ensign had no response to that. The logic was unassailable, even if the fear remained. Cisco, who'd been observing from the bar's upper level, chose that moment to interject. "Fear is natural when confronting the unknown. The X-Men represent something unprecedented in Federation experience, natural evolution producing powers that rival advanced technology. But let me remind everyone that the Federation was founded on the principle of accepting the unknown, of embracing diversity rather than fearing it. That principle has never been more important than right now." He descended to the main floor, his bearing commanding attention. "In 18 hours, Captain Picard and Admiral Nechayev will arrive. They'll assess this situation and make recommendations to Starfleet Command and the Federation Council. Those recommendations will determine whether the X-Men are treated as refugees deserving protection, threats requiring containment, or something else entirely. I intend to argue for the first option. But my argument will be stronger if I can show that the X-Men have integrated peacefully with station life, that they pose no threat to those who pose no threat to them." He turned to Xavier. Professor, I'm asking you and your people to spend the next 18 hours demonstrating that coexistence is possible. Help with repairs. Share your knowledge. Interact with station residents peacefully. Show Admiral Nechayev what I've already seen, that you're not threats, you're heroes displaced by circumstances beyond your control. Xavier nodded gravely. Captain, the X-Men will do everything in our power to demonstrate our peaceful intentions. Though I must warn you, Eric Magneto has a different philosophy. He believes mutants should not have to prove themselves to baseline humans, that power demands respect rather than requiring constant justification. Then convince him otherwise, Cisco said bluntly. Because if he pushes back against Federation authority, if he demonstrates the kind of mutant superiority complex that terrifies people, he'll doom any chance you have of finding acceptance here. Admiral Nechayev is looking for reasons to consider you threats. Don't give her one. Across the bar, Magneto sat alone at a table, listening to every word with the hypersensitive awareness of a Holocaust survivor who'd learned to detect threats in bureaucratic language. He said nothing, but his silence was ominous. The gathering slowly dispersed, X-Men and Starfleet personnel mingling in smaller groups, walls of suspicion beginning to crack if not quite crumble. In the chaos of first contact and Borg combat, they'd found common ground. Now came the harder task, maintaining that ground when the crisis had passed and fear had time to reassert itself. Jean Grey found Scott Summers on the promenade's upper level, staring out at the stars through the massive viewports. The Bajoran wormhole pulsed in the distance, a reminder that their universe lay somewhere beyond that impossible tunnel through space. "Penny for your thoughts," Jean said, using the old idiom from their youth at Xavier's school. Scott didn't turn from the viewport. "I'm thinking about home, about whether we'll ever see it again, and if we do, will we want to?" "What do you mean?" "Jean, look at this place. Multiple species working together. A federation that's achieved what Xavier's dreamed of for decades, genuine cooperation across differences. No sentinel programs, no mutant registration acts, no hate groups murdering mutant children. Yes, they're afraid of us, but it's fear of the unknown, not the kind of existential hatred we face back home. Here, we might actually be able to build lives without constantly fighting for survival." Jean moved to stand beside him, her telepathy picking up the complex tangle of hope and guilt in his thoughts. "You're thinking about staying, if we get the choice." "Aren't you?" Scott challenged. "The Phoenix Force brought you nothing but pain in our universe. Here, it's just an echo, something manageable. The Borg are defeated. The Federation needs heroes with our capabilities. We could do actual good here, Jean. Not just fighting to survive, but genuinely making a difference. And abandon everyone back home. Charles's dream, the students at the Institute, all the mutants still fighting for acceptance in our universe." Scott finally turned to face her, and through his visor she could see the weariness in his posture. "Xavier's dream has been deferred for decades, Jean. Maybe it's time to admit that our humanity isn't ready for it. But this humanity, this Federation, they've already achieved it. They've proven it's possible. Maybe we can do more good here, showing them that human variants can be heroes than we ever could back home." "That's not the Scott Summers I know," Jean said softly. "The man I love doesn't give up, doesn't abandon people who need him." "The man you love is tired," Scott said with brutal honesty. "Tired of fighting the same battles over and over, tired of watching friends die, tired of being humanity's punching bag while simultaneously being their defender. I'm not saying I want to stay, Jean. I'm saying, if it becomes an option, I'm not sure I'd refuse." Their conversation was interrupted by an urgent hail from Ops. Cisco's voice carried a tension that immediately put every X-Man on alert. "All senior staff and X-Men leadership to operations immediately. We have a situation." When they arrived in Ops, the main view screen showed something that made Xavier's blood run cold. Another ship had emerged from the wormhole, but this one wasn't Borg. The design was sleeker, more elegant, and the energy readings were unlike anything Federation sensors had encountered. "It's not registering on any known ship database," Dax reported, her fingers flying across her console. "But the quantum signature, Benjamin, it matches the X-Men's. That ship is from their universe." "Magneto," Xavier breathed, his telepathy reaching out and confirming his worst fear. "Eric, what have you done?" On the view screen, the ship's hail opened. A holographic figure appeared, an elderly woman in a purple helmet and cape, her expression imperious and her power unmistakable even through the transmission. "I am Lilindra Naramani, Majestrix of the Shi'ar Empire," the figure announced. "We detected the dimensional breach your primitive technology created and have followed the X-Men's energy signatures to this location. By order of the Shi'ar Imperial Council, the mutants known as the X-Men are to be immediately surrendered into our custody for crimes against the Shi'ar Empire, violations of intergalactic law, and possession of the Phoenix Force." She paused, her holographic gaze sweeping across the assembled officers and X-Men with the arrogance of someone accustomed to absolute authority. "You have 1 hour to comply. Failure to surrender the criminals will result in this station's destruction. The Shi'ar do not negotiate with lesser species. Choose wisely." The transmission ended. In the stunned silence that followed, Cisco turned to Xavier with barely controlled fury. "Professor, would you care to explain why an alien empire from your universe just threatened to destroy my station if I don't hand you over?" Xavier's face was ashen. "Captain, it's complicated. The Shi'ar are an advanced alien civilization in our universe. We've had dealings with them before, not all of them positive. And the Phoenix Force, Jean's connection to it, the Shi'ar view it as an extinction-level threat. They've tried to execute her before to prevent the Phoenix from manifesting." "They what?" Cisco's voice was dangerously quiet. Jean stepped forward, her composure cracking slightly. "The Phoenix Force destroyed a Shi'ar planet, killed billions. It wasn't me, it was the Phoenix acting through me, but from their perspective, I'm guilty of genocide. They have standing kill orders. If they've followed us here, then we've just dragged our universe's problems into yours," Cyclops finished grimly. "Captain, we'll surrender ourselves. We won't let you and your station be destroyed because of us." "Like hell you will," Cisco said firmly. "This is a Federation station. The Shi'ar have no jurisdiction here, no legal standing to demand anything. And I don't care what crimes they claim you committed in another universe. In this universe, you're under my protection." Captain Kira interjected urgently, "That ship's power readings are off the scale. If they attack, then we defend," Cisco said with the finality of a man who'd made his decision. "Red alert, all hands to battle stations, and someone get me a comm channel to that Shi'ar ship. It's time they learned that in this universe, we don't bow to threats." Professor Xavier watched the controlled chaos of battle preparations beginning again, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the X-Men's arrival in this universe had just become infinitely more complicated. They'd survived the Borg. They'd earned the Federation's cautious trust. They'd begun to hope that maybe, just maybe, they'd found a place where mutants could be accepted. And now their past had literally crossed universes to destroy that hope. The X-Men's test was far from over. In fact, it was only beginning. The Shi'ar warship hung in space like a predator evaluating prey, its elegant hull glowing with energy signatures that made Deep Space Nine's shields seem primitive by comparison. In ops, the tension was thick enough to cut with a blade as Cisco faced down an alien empress from another universe with nothing but Federation principles and sheer determination. "This is Captain Benjamin Sisko of Deep Space Nine, a United Federation of Planets facility. You are in Federation space without authorization. State your intentions and prepare to be boarded for diplomatic talks or leave immediately." Lilindra's holographic form flickered back into existence, her expression one of amused contempt. "Captain Sisko, your Federation means nothing to the Shi'ar Empire. We have conquered galaxies while your species was still learning to make fire. We have tracked criminals across dimensional barriers, a feat your primitive science cannot even comprehend. You will surrender the X-Men, particularly the Phoenix host Jean Grey, or we will take them by force. The X-Men are under Federation protection, Cisco said evenly, though his hands gripped the command chair with white-knuckled intensity. They've committed no crimes in this universe. Whatever they did in yours is not my concern. You want to talk about jurisdiction and law, then let's talk. But you don't get to threaten my station and expect compliance. Xavier wheeled forward, his voice carrying the diplomatic weight of decades spent negotiating with hostile governments. Majestrix Lilandra, surely we can resolve this peacefully. The Phoenix Force is dormant. Jean has learned to control it. There is no threat to the Shi'ar or anyone else. We were transported here accidentally. We seek only to return home or find peaceful refuge. Professor Xavier, Lilandra said, and there was something almost like regret in her tone, I have respected you in the past. Your efforts to bridge the divide between mutants and baseline humans showed wisdom. But the Phoenix Force is not a matter for negotiation. It has destroyed one of our worlds. It threatens reality itself when unleashed. Jean Grey must be contained or eliminated. These are not options, they are necessities. Jean stepped forward, her hands trembling but her voice steady. Majestrix, I am not the Phoenix anymore. What happened to your world? I carry that guilt every day. But I've spent years learning to suppress the Phoenix residue to ensure it can never take control again. In this universe with its different physical laws, the Phoenix can barely reach me. I'm not the threat you remember. Your assurances mean nothing, Lilandra said coldly. The Shi'ar Imperial Guard detected the Phoenix signature when you activated your powers against the Borg. That cosmic force transcends dimensional boundaries, Miss Grey. It is trying to reach you even now, drawn by your presence in this universe. And when it succeeds, not if but when, it will consume you and burn this galaxy as it burned ours. Dax's console beeped urgently. Benjamin, I'm picking up energy buildups in the Shi'ar ship's weapons systems. Multiple targets being locked, the station, and specifically the habitat ring where most of the X-Men are quartered. They're going to shoot through us to get to them, Kira realized with horror. They don't care about collateral damage. Incorrect, Major, Lilandra said, having apparently monitored their comm channels. We care greatly about collateral damage, which is why we are willing to sacrifice this station of thousands to prevent the Phoenix from destroying planets of billions. It is a simple calculation. You have 45 minutes remaining. Surrender the X-Men, or we will take them from the ashes of your station. The transmission cut off. In the stunned silence, Magneto's voice cut through like a magnetic blade. And there it is, the fundamental truth of power. Those who have it dictate terms to those who don't. Your Federation's pretty words about rights and laws mean nothing when someone with superior force decides otherwise. Eric, not now, Xavier said sharply. No, Charles, exactly now, Magneto countered, his eyes blazing with the fury of a man who'd seen this pattern repeat throughout history. The Shi'ar are doing what every government with power does, using that power to enforce their will regardless of justice or morality. They destroyed one of their own worlds and they blame Jean for it, when in truth the Phoenix was always beyond her control. And now they'll destroy this station, kill everyone aboard, just to eliminate a perceived threat. This is why I've always argued that mutants must seize power rather than beg for scraps from those who fear us. Your philosophy has led to nothing but more conflict, Storm said, her white eyes flashing with barely controlled lightning. Every time you've tried to impose mutant supremacy, you've proven humanity's fears justified. And your philosophy of peaceful coexistence has led to sentinels, mutant registration acts, and concentration camps. Magneto shot back. How many more decades will you spend proving that mutants can be trusted, Ororo? How many more times must we save humanity before they stop trying to exterminate us? Enough, Cisco's voice cracked across ops like a whip. I don't care about your philosophical differences or your universe's politics. Right now, I have a station full of civilians and an alien warship preparing to turn it into debris. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to find a solution that doesn't involve surrendering refugees or letting my station be destroyed. Are we clear? Captain, Worf said from Tactical, his Klingon warrior's assessment brutally honest. Their weapons are significantly more advanced than ours. If they attack, our shields will not hold. We have perhaps 6, maybe 7 minutes of sustained combat capability before structural failure. Then we don't fight fair, O'Brien said, his engineer's mind already working through possibilities. The Shi'ar ship came through the wormhole. That means the prophets let them through or didn't stop them. Either way, the wormhole's physics might give us an advantage. The prophets, Xavier murmured, remembering the vast, timeless presence he'd touched. Captain Sisko, you said they've taken an interest in us. Could they intervene? Sisko's expression became complicated. The prophets don't think in terms of intervention. They exist outside linear time. From their perspective, whatever happens has already happened, is happening, and will happen simultaneously. They don't stop events, they witness them and occasionally offer guidance. Cryptic, nearly incomprehensible guidance. Then perhaps, Beast said from where he'd been frantically working at a science console, we need to think in non-linear terms ourselves. The Shi'ar followed us through the dimensional breach. That breach is still open, still unstable. What if we used it? Used it how? Cyclops demanded, his tactical mind immediately engaging with the strategic possibilities. Beast's blue-furred hands flew across the console, pulling up data on the dimensional rift. The breach exists as a wound in space-time, connecting our universe with this one. The Shi'ar ship crossed through, which means the passage is navigable for matter and energy. But the breach is inherently unstable. It took enormous power to create, and it's slowly collapsing. What if we accelerated that collapse? Sealing them out, Dax said, immediately understanding. Close the dimensional breach and the Shi'ar can't pursue the X-Men anymore. They'd be trapped in their own universe. And trap us in yours, Jean said quietly. Cut us off from home permanently. The weight of that realization settled over the X-Men like a funeral shroud. Going home had always been the unspoken goal, the assumption underlying everything else. Now they faced the possibility of deliberately severing that connection, of choosing exile to protect a universe not their own. There's another problem, O'Brien said, his practical engineer's perspective cutting through the emotional implications. The energy required to collapse a dimensional breach would be enormous. We'd need to channel the station's entire power output, maybe more. And even then, I'm not sure our technology is compatible with the breach's structure. It was created by a combination of mutant telepathy and some kind of, what did you call it? The Phoenix Force residue. Correct, Xavier confirmed. My Cerebro-enhanced telepathy interacted with Jean's Phoenix residue and punched through dimensional barriers. The breach is partially organic, partially psionic, partially cosmic in nature. Your technology alone cannot close it. But combined with our powers, it might, Jean said, her scientific training. She'd been a graduate student in physics before the X-Men consumed her life, allowing her to see the possibilities. If we reverse the process that created the breach, channel our abilities through your technology to seal rather than tear reality. You'd be risking triggering the Phoenix, Bashir interrupted, his enhanced mind calculating the dangers faster than anyone else could articulate them. The energy expenditure, the dimensional manipulation, the cosmic scale forces involved. Miss Gray, you said the Phoenix is trying to reach you across universes. Doing this might be exactly the beacon it needs to find you. Then it's a choice, Jean said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. Risk the Phoenix to save this station and strand ourselves here permanently, or refuse and let the Shi'ar destroy DS9 to get to me. Not much of a choice, really. There's always a choice, Xavier said, but his telepathy was already showing him Jean's determination. She'd made her decision. The only question was whether he could support it. Cisco looked at each of his senior staff in turn, reading their expressions, gauging their resolve. Then he turned to the X-Men. "Professor Xavier, if we do this, if we help you seal the dimensional breach, the X-Men will be permanent residents of this universe. No going home, no second chances. Are you prepared to make that decision for your entire team?" "No," Xavier said honestly. "I'm not. This must be a choice each of them makes freely." He activated his telepathy, broadcasting to every X-Man scattered across the station. "My X-Men, we face an impossible decision. The Shi'ar have followed us through the breach. To protect Deep Space Nine from their attack, we can seal the dimensional rift, but doing so will strand us in this universe permanently. Going home will no longer be an option. I will not make this choice for you. Each of you must decide. Do we stay and fight, accepting exile, or do we surrender to the Shi'ar and trust their justice?" The responses came flooding back through the telepathic network, each X-Man's voice distinct in Xavier's mind. "Wolverine ain't surrendering to nobody, Chuck. Been a prisoner before. Rather die fighting than go back to that. If staying means staying, so be it. Storm, my place is with my people, wherever they may be. If the X-Men choose exile, I choose exile. Colossus, in Russia we have saying, home is where your family is. My family is the X-Men, we stay together. Nightcrawler, Professor, I have faith that God or the prophets or whatever divine presence guides this universe has brought us here for a reason. I trust that reason. We stay. Rogue, Suga, our Earth's never been much of a home to mutants anyway. Maybe it's time we found a better one. Gambit goes where Rogue goes. Besides, this universe got interesting cards to play. Iceman, I'm 26 years old and I've already died twice fighting for a world that hates me. If there's a universe where that might change, I'm in. Kitty Pryde, Professor, I trust you, whatever you decide. Beast, scientifically speaking, this is a fascinating opportunity to study an entirely different universal framework. Emotionally speaking, I'm terrified. But the X-Men don't abandon people who need help. We stay. On and on, each X-Man adding their voice to the chorus. Not all were enthusiastic. Some were frightened. Jubilee was crying. Multiple man's duplicates were arguing with each other. But the consensus was clear. The X-Men would not surrender, and they would not let innocents die for them. Only one voice held firm opposition. Magneto, Charles, this is madness. You're asking us to abandon our universe, our fight, everything we've worked for. Xavier, Eric, I'm asking you to choose between your principles and innocent lives. The choice you make now will define whether you're the man I believe you can be, or the monster you fear you are. Magneto, you always know exactly how to manipulate me, old friend. Very well, we stay. But mark my words, this universe will disappoint you just as ours did. Power always corrupts and the powerful always oppress the weak. The Federation will prove no different. Xavier, then let's prove them different together. Xavier returned his attention to Cisco. Captain, the X-Men have made their choice. We will help you close the breach and accept the consequences. Now we need to figure out how to do it before the Shi'ar's deadline expires. The next 20 minutes were a controlled chaos of planning. O'Brien, Beast, and Data worked frantically to design a power distribution network that could channel DS9's entire output through Xavier and Jean's combined abilities. Dax calculated the precise coordinates where the breach was thinnest and most vulnerable to collapse. Bashir prepared medical protocols in case the psychic strain killed the two telepaths, a real possibility that everyone acknowledged but no one wanted to dwell on. And through it all, the Shi'ar deadline counted down. 15 minutes, Kira announced, her hand never far from the weapon's console. Captain, even if we succeed in closing the breach, the Shi'ar ship is already in our universe. They can still attack. One crisis at a time, Major, Cisco said, though his expression showed he'd thought of the same problem. First, we cut off their reinforcements and escape route. Then we deal with one ship. One ship that could destroy this station in 6 minutes, Worf reminded him grimly. In the habitat ring, the X-Men not essential to the breach-closing operation were preparing for a different kind of battle. Cyclops had organized them into defensive positions, ready to repel Shi'ar Imperial Guard troops if the warship decided to beam boarding parties before the deadline expired. The Imperial Guard are formidable, Scott warned his team, drawing on memories of previous encounters. Gladiator has strength rivaling the Hulk. Oracle is a telepath who might match the Professor. Warstar is nearly indestructible, and there are dozens more, each with unique abilities. If they board this station, we'll be fighting the cosmic equivalent of the Avengers. Then we don't let them board, Wolverine growled, his claws already extended. We make sure they know that coming after us means a fight they won't walk away from. Logan, these people are following orders, Storm said, ever the voice of measured response. The Imperial Guard serve the Shi'ar throne out of duty and honor. They're not evil, they're soldiers doing what they believe is right. Soldiers trying to kill Jean, Wolverine countered. That makes them enemies. The philosophical debate was cut short by Xavier's telepathic voice. All X-Men, prepare yourselves. We're about to attempt closing the breach. If something goes wrong, if the Phoenix manifests, I need everyone ready to evacuate the station. Commander Data has prepared runabouts for emergency departure. And if we can't evacuate in time? Rogue asked. Xavier's mental voice was gentle but honest. Then we face the Phoenix together as we always have. But I have faith in Jean. She has mastered the Phoenix before. She can do so again. In Ops, the final preparations were complete. Xavier and Jean sat in specially modified chairs that connected them to DS9's power grid through a network of neural interfaces that made even Bashir uncomfortable. O'Brien had worked miracles, but the system was untested and potentially lethal. Professor Miss Gray, the chief engineer said, his Irish accent thick with concern, I can't guarantee this won't kill you. The power levels we're talking about, your brains weren't designed to channel this much energy. Our brains, Xavier said with a slight smile, were designed by mutation to do things brains shouldn't be able to do. We'll manage, Chief. Just be ready to shut everything down if we give the signal. What signal? O'Brien asked. You'll know it when you see it, Jean said cryptically. Trust me, if the Phoenix starts manifesting, there won't be any ambiguity. Cisco stood between them, his hand on Xavier's shoulder, a gesture of support and solidarity. Professor, you don't have to do this. We can find another way. Captain, Xavier interrupted gently, there is no other way. The Shi'ar will not stop. The breach must be closed. And Jean and I are the only ones who can close it because we're the ones who opened it. This is our responsibility. Then for what it's worth, Cisco said quietly, thank you, both of you. You're proving that heroism transcends universes. Xavier's eyes met Cisco's, and the two leaders, one of mutants, one of a space station at the edge of the frontier, shared a moment of understanding. Then Xavier nodded to Jean. Ready, my dear. As ready as I'll ever be, Jean said, her hands already beginning to glow with telekinetic energy. Let's send the Shi'ar home and close the door behind them. O'Brien initiated the power transfer. Energy surged through the neural interfaces, flowing from DS9's fusion reactors into the minds of two mutants who were about to attempt something no Federation scientist would have considered possible, manually sealing a dimensional breach through pure psionic force. Xavier's consciousness expanded, his telepathy amplified 1,000-fold by the station's power. He could feel every mind on DS9, every thought, every fear, every hope. Beyond the station, he touched the wormhole and felt the prophets watching with their timeless curiosity. Further still, he found the dimensional breach that wound in reality still aching across the barriers between universes. Jean's telekinesis joined his telepathy, giving mental force physical form. Together, they reached into the breach, their combined will shaping reality itself. It was like trying to sew flesh while the wound was still bleeding, like closing a door against a hurricane, like holding back the ocean with bare hands. The breach fought them, dimensional energies howling through the gap, and beyond it Jean could feel something stirring. The Phoenix. It sensed her, recognized her, wanted her. The cosmic entity that had chosen Jean Grey as its host, that had destroyed a Shi'ar world through her, that represented the totality of all psionic energy in creation. It was trying to cross the dimensional barriers, drawn by her presence like a moth to flame. Jean, no. Xavier's mental voice was desperate. Don't let it in. Close the breach before. But the Phoenix was already pushing through, reality screaming as cosmic force tore through dimensional barriers that were never meant to contain such power. Jean felt her control slipping, felt the Phoenix's hunger for life and death, creation and destruction, the endless cycle it represented. And then she felt something else. The prophets, the wormhole aliens, those beings outside linear time who saw all moments simultaneously, reached out from their non-corporeal realm and touched the Phoenix. Two cosmic entities met, and reality itself held its breath. What passed between them was incomprehensible to linear minds. Xavier caught only fragments, concepts of time and space, existence and non-existence, the difference between beings who embodied force and beings who transcended it. The prophets didn't fight the Phoenix. They simply showed it something. A truth about this universe, about Jean Grey's place in it, about the nature of existence here versus there. And the Phoenix, impossibly, inexplicably, retreated. Not because it was defeated, but because it understood. This was not its universe. Jean Grey in this reality was not its Jean Grey. The cosmic balance here was different, maintained by different forces, and the Phoenix's presence would disrupt that balance in ways even it found undesirable. The cosmic entity withdrew, and the breach began to seal. Xavier and Jean poured everything they had into collapsing the dimensional wound. Their combined power, amplified by DS9's energy output and guided by the Prophet's impossible understanding of space-time, forced reality to heal itself. The breach contracted, dimensional barriers reasserting themselves, the wall between universes rebuilding itself cell by cell, atom by atom, quantum state by quantum state. On the view screen in Ops, the dimensional rift, which had appeared as a shimmering distortion in space visible even to optical sensors, began to fade. The quantum signatures that had marked the X-Men's universe grew fainter. The connection was closing. And on the Shi'ar warship, Lilandra watched in disbelief as her route home disappeared. Majestrix, one of her officers, reported with barely controlled panic. The dimensional breach is collapsing. We're being cut off from our universe. Lilandra's expression hardened. Then we complete our mission before the path closes. All Imperial Guard prepare for immediate planetary assault. Target the Federation station. Eliminate the Phoenix host before. She never finished the order. Because at that moment, something impossible happened. The Bajoran wormhole, that stable passage to the Gamma Quadrant, that connection between linear and non-linear existence, opened without any ship triggering it. And from within its cascading light, the Prophet spoke. Not in words, not in any language, but in a broadcast of pure meaning that every mind in the sector understood simultaneously. The EVOLVEDONES have chosen. The PROPHETS honor that choice. The linear AGGRSSORS will cease. The Phoenix is not of this place. The EVOLVEDONESARE. This is decided. It was not a request. It was a statement of fact from beings who experienced past, present, and future as one. From the Prophet's perspective, the Shi'ar's attack had already failed because it had not yet succeeded because it would not succeed. The temporal paradox of that declaration made linear minds ache, but the meaning was clear. The prophets, who never interfered, were interfering. Lilandra's ship suddenly found itself surrounded by Bajoran impulse-drive vessels, primitive by Shi'ar standards, but numerous and clearly prepared to defend the station. More importantly, the wormhole itself seemed to be generating some kind of field that was dampening the Shi'ar ship's weapons. Majestrix, her tactical officer, reported with shock, "Our weapon systems are offline. Something is interfering with the ship's power distribution on a quantum level. It's as if beings who exist outside time can manipulate timelines," Lilandra finished bitterly. She understood what had happened. The wormhole aliens, the prophets, had decided the X-Men belonged in this universe, and beings with that kind of power were not ones the Shi'ar could fight. She opened a channel to DS9. "Captain Sisko, it appears your gods have made their position clear. The Shi'ar Empire will withdraw, but know this. If the Phoenix manifests in this universe, if Jean Grey loses control, the blood of billions will be on your hands. We have seen what that entity can do. We have lost worlds to it, and if it happens again, we will hold your Federation responsible." "Duly noted," Sisko said evenly. "Now leave Federation space before I decide you've overstayed your welcome." The Shi'ar warship turned, its elegant form rotating toward open space. Without the dimensional breach to return through, they faced a long journey back to Shi'ar space through conventional means, a journey of years rather than minutes. Lilandra had gambled on quick retrieval of Jean Grey and lost. Now the Shi'ar Empire would have to decide whether maintaining a presence in this universe to monitor the Phoenix threat was worth the resources. As the Shi'ar ship engaged its faster-than-light drives and disappeared into the stars, a collective sigh of relief rippled through DS9. The crisis had passed, the X-Men remained, and the dimensional breach. "It's closed," Dax confirmed, her console showing quantum readings that indicated complete dimensional separation. "The breach is sealed. There's no way back to the X-Men's universe, not through conventional means anyway." In their neural interface chairs, Xavier and Jean collapsed, their minds and bodies pushed beyond any reasonable limit. Medical teams rushed forward, Bashir's tricorders already assessing the damage. "They're alive," the doctor reported, relief evident in his voice. "Exhausted, possibly suffering from neural pathway damage, but alive. They'll need weeks of recovery, but they should make full recoveries." Sisko moved to stand beside the two unconscious telepaths, these refugees from another universe who had just given up everything, their home, their universe, any hope of return, to protect a station full of strangers. "Get them to the infirmary," he ordered quietly. "And when they wake up, I want to be there. They've earned answers about what happens next." As medical teams transported Xavier and Jean away, the X-Men gathered in ops, their expressions ranging from relief to grief to numb shock. They'd won. They'd survived the Borg, defied the Shi'ar, and closed the breach. But they'd also become permanent exiles. "We can't go home," Jubilee said, her voice small and lost. The youngest X-Man was crying openly. "We're stuck here forever." Cyclops put a hand on her shoulder, his own emotions carefully controlled behind his visor. "We're not stuck, Jubes. We chose this. There's a difference." "Is there?" Magneto asked quietly, and for once his voice held no arrogance, only exhausted sorrow. "I've spent decades fighting for mutant rights in our universe. That fight continues without us. Were we right to abandon it?" "We didn't abandon it," Storm said firmly, her white eyes reflecting the starlight from the viewports. "We ensured that the fight would continue by preventing the Shi'ar from destroying this station. And perhaps our fight continues here in different form. The Federation claims to value diversity. Let's see if they value us." The door to Ops opened, and Odo entered, his changeling features set in an expression that might have been respect on a more human face. "The X-Men are being hailed as heroes throughout the station," he reported to Sisko. "The residents are calling your decision to protect them brave. Foolish, but brave." And what do you call it, Constable? Cisco asked. Odo considered for a long moment. I call it, right. The X-Men proved today that power doesn't corrupt, circumstance does. They could have surrendered to save themselves. They could have fled. Instead, they chose to protect strangers at the cost of ever returning home. That's not the action of threats. That's the action of heroes. Coming from Odo, whose default stance was suspicion of everyone, it was high praise indeed. Captain, Dax said from her console, I'm receiving a transmission from Starfleet Command. The Enterprise has accelerated its arrival. Captain Picard and Admiral Nechayev will be here in 6 hours. 6 hours, Cisco repeated. Then that's how long we have to figure out what to tell them. How to explain that we've just granted permanent asylum to 23 beings from another universe with powers that rival our most advanced technology. How to justify protecting them from an alien empire that wanted them for crimes committed in another reality. You tell them the truth, Xavier's voice came from the doorway. The professor was conscious again, impossibly, given what he just endured, supported by Bashir, who looked like he wanted to order Xavier back to bed, but knew it would be futile. You tell them that the X-Men are refugees seeking asylum from persecution, that we've proven our value as allies and our commitment to peaceful coexistence, and that we're prepared to demonstrate our worth to the Federation. Professor, you should be in the infirmary, Bashir protested. I should be many places, Doctor, but right now I need to be here, helping to plan the X-Men's future in this universe. Because in 6 hours, Captain Picard and Admiral Nechayev will determine whether that future includes acceptance or imprisonment. Xavier wheeled into the center of ops, his presence commanding attention despite his obvious exhaustion. Captain Cisco, you've shown us remarkable compassion. You've defended us, protected us, and trusted us, but I'm a realist. I know that Starfleet Command won't be as understanding. They'll see us as security threats, as unknowns, as beings too powerful to be allowed to roam freely. We've faced this prejudice before in our own universe. We're prepared to face it again here. Then we face it together, Cisco said firmly. The X-Men aren't just refugees anymore. They're residents of this station under my protection, and I don't abandon people under my protection. The X-Men and the DS9 crew stood together in ops, united by crisis and bound by the choice they'd all made, to trust each other despite the risks, to choose principles over fear, to believe that coexistence was possible even when it seemed impossible. Outside the viewports, the Bajoran wormhole closed, the prophets returning to their timeless realm. But their message remained clear. The X-Men belonged here now. Whether the Federation would accept that was another question entirely. In 6 hours, Captain Jean-Luc Picard would arrive with his diplomatic experience and principled idealism. Admiral Nechayev would arrive with her security concerns and hardline pragmatism. And the X-Men would face their greatest test yet, convincing the Federation that beings of immense power could be trusted to use that power responsibly. The battle with the Borg had been physical. The confrontation with the Shi'ar had been dimensional. But the coming battle would be ideological, a fight to prove that Professor Xavier's dream of peaceful coexistence could work even in a universe that had already achieved peace among the stars. The X-Men had crossed universes, survived impossible odds, and sacrificed everything for strangers. Now they would discover if that sacrifice had bought them a home, or merely delayed their imprisonment. The USS Enterprise cut through space with the elegant purpose that had defined Starfleet's flagship for generations. On the bridge, Captain Jean-Luc Picard sat in his command chair, reviewing the reports from Deep Space Nine with the measured concentration that had made him the Federation's premier diplomat and explorer. Beside him, Admiral Alana Nechayev stood with military rigidity, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. Captain Cisco's report is extraordinary, Picard said, his cultured British accent lending gravity to the understatement. Beings from a parallel universe with abilities that defy our understanding of biology and physics, A Borg cube defeated through powers we cannot replicate. An alien empire from that same universe pursuing refugees across dimensional barriers, and the prophets intervening directly to protect these newcomers. He looked up at Nechayev. Admiral, your thoughts? My thoughts, Captain, are that Captain Sisko has granted asylum to potential weapons of mass destruction and expects Starfleet to simply accept it, Nechayev said bluntly. Her career had been built on hard decisions during hard times, the Borg threat, the Kardashian conflicts, the looming Dominion War. She had no patience for idealism unsupported by security protocols. These X-Men possess abilities that could threaten entire planets: mind control, weather manipulation, molecular manipulation, and according to Sisko's report, one of them hosts residue of a cosmic entity that destroyed a Shi'ar world. Billions dead, Captain. The Shi'ar also claim she was not in control when that occurred, Picard countered carefully. That the Phoenix Force acted through her, not because of her. And Captain Sisko reports that Miss Gray risked her life to close the dimensional breach, specifically to prevent the Phoenix from entering our universe. Risked her life, or nearly unleashed the very threat she claims to control, Nechayev challenged. Captain, I understand your preference for diplomatic solutions. Your record speaks to your success in that arena, but this situation requires pragmatism, not idealism. We have no framework for dealing with refugees from parallel universes, no legal precedent, no security protocols, and we have beings whose power levels rival Q but who claim to be merely evolved humans. Picard stood, moving to the Ready Room viewport to gaze at the stars rushing past at warp speed. Admiral, may I tell you about a conversation I once had with Q? That mischievous, omnipotent being asked me what humanity would do when we encountered beings of power we couldn't understand or control. I told him we would do what we've always done, seek understanding first, and judge by actions rather than capabilities. The X-Men's actions, according to all reports, have been heroic. They defended DS9 against the Borg. They prevented the Shi'ar from destroying the station. They gave up any hope of returning home to protect strangers. Those are not the actions of threats, Admiral. Those are the actions of beings establishing themselves as indispensable, Nechayev said coldly. Captain, I've read the psychological profiles hastily assembled from Dr. Bashir's observations. This Professor Xavier, he's a telepath powerful enough to control every mind on that station simultaneously if he chose. The one called Magneto openly espouses a philosophy of superiority and has a documented history of terrorism in his universe. Several others have abilities that make them walking violations of Federation law regarding genetic augmentation, which they did not choose, Picard interrupted firmly. Admiral, the law against genetic augmentation exists to prevent another Khan, to prevent deliberate creation of superior humans for purposes of conquest. But these people are not Khan. They are natural evolutionary variants, no more responsible for their genes than you or I are for ours. To imprison them for abilities they were born with would violate every principle the Federation claims to uphold. Nechayev's eyes narrowed. Captain, I'm beginning to understand why Starfleet Command sent me along with you. Your idealism is admirable, but we must consider security implications. If even one of these X-Men loses control, the casualties could be catastrophic. We need containment protocols, power-dampening fields, constant monitoring. We need trust, Picard said quietly, turning to face her. Admiral, I've encountered beings of immense power throughout my career. Cue the Dow, the Organians, the Metrons. In every case, attempting to control them through force or imprisonment would have been not only futile but counterproductive. The X-Men have demonstrated their willingness to cooperate. Let us meet that willingness with our own, rather than confirming their worst fears about how those with power treat those without. Their worst fears, Nechayev's voice dripped with irony. Captain, they are the ones with power. We are the ones who should be afraid. Then let us be brave enough to overcome that fear, Picard said. Is that not what the Federation is meant to represent? The triumph of hope and understanding over fear and prejudice. The conversation was interrupted by the helm officer. "Captain, we're approaching Deep Space Nine, dropping to impulse in 30 seconds. Picard and Nechayev returned to the bridge as the Enterprise decelerated, the massive space station growing larger in the viewscreen. Even from a distance, the evidence of recent combat was visible: scorched hull sections, repair crews in EVA suits, the skeletal remains of Borg technology being carefully extracted from the station's exterior. "My God," Commander Worf said from Tactical, his Klingon warrior's eye immediately assessing the damage. "Captain, DS-9 sustained significant damage, multiple hull breaches, weapons scarring consistent with Borg cutting beams, and, sir, I'm reading residual energy signatures I've never encountered before. Electromagnetic distortions on a scale that suggests planetary-level weather manipulation, and metallic stress patterns indicating someone tore sections of the station's hull with magnetic force." "The X-Men's handiwork," Nechayev said grimly. "Power on that scale, Captain, and they expect us to simply trust them." "They earned that trust defending the station," Picard replied. "Lieutenant, open a channel to DS-9. Let's hear what Captain Sisko has to say." In DS-9's wardroom, the atmosphere was tense. Captain Sisko sat at the head of the table, his senior staff arranged around him. Across from them sat the X-Men's leadership: Professor Xavier, Cyclops, Storm, Jean Grey, and after considerable debate, Magneto. The Master of Magnetism had insisted on attending, arguing that excluding him would only confirm Starfleet's suspicions that some mutants were too dangerous to negotiate with. "They'll try to separate us," Cyclops said, his tactical mind already war-gaming the coming conversation. "Nechayev will want to interview us individually, look for inconsistencies, exploit divisions. It's standard interrogation technique." "Then we present a united front," Xavier said firmly. "We acknowledge our differences, attempting to pretend we're a monolithic group would be transparent, but we emphasize our shared commitment to peaceful coexistence. Admiral Nechayev will be looking for reasons to consider us threats. We must give her reasons to consider us allies instead. We could simply demonstrate why containing us would be futile," Magneto suggested, his tone suggesting he wasn't entirely joking. "A show of power can be more persuasive than any diplomatic speech." "Eric, no," Storm said sharply. "Any demonstration of force will confirm their fears. We must show restraint, not power." "Restraint is what the weak show when they lack power," Magneto countered. "We are not weak, Ororo. Why should we pretend to be?" "Because," Jean Grey said quietly, "pretending to be weak is different from choosing not to use strength. One is deception, the other is wisdom. I've hosted the Phoenix Force, Eric. I know what it means to have power that could reshape galaxies. And I know that choosing not to use that power is the hardest and most important choice I make every single day." Xavier's telepathy radiated approval. "Well said, Jean. That is precisely the message we must convey, that power combined with restraint and moral purpose is not a threat, but an asset." Sisko, who'd been listening to the exchange, finally spoke. "I'll be honest with you, Admiral Nechayev is going to push for containment. Power-dampening fields, restricted movement, constant surveillance. She views everything through a security lens, and from that perspective, you're walking security nightmares. My job is to convince her otherwise, but I need you to understand what we're facing. The Federation has laws against genetic augmentation. We have those laws for good reasons. Khan and the eugenics wars nearly destroyed Earth. Your existence challenges those laws at a fundamental level." "We're not Khan," Cyclops said, his voice hard. "We didn't choose to be enhanced for conquest. We were born different. Would your Federation imprison people for the genes they were born with?" "No," Bashir said quietly from his position at the table. As a hidden augment himself, he understood this issue in ways the others couldn't. "But they would argue that the scale of your abilities makes you categorically different from mere genetic variation. You're not just enhanced humans. You're beings who can manipulate reality itself. That terrifies people, and fear drives policy as often as principle does. The door chimed and Odo entered. Captain, the Enterprise has docked. Captain Picard and Admiral Nechayev are requesting an immediate meeting with you and the X-Men leadership. Here we go, Sisko said, standing. Remember, we're presenting a united front. The X-Men are under Federation protection, and I'm arguing for full asylum status with unrestricted rights. Nechayev will fight me on every point. Picard is an unknown. He's got a reputation for principled idealism, but also for following regulations. We need to convince both of them. The X-Men rose as well, each preparing themselves in their own way. Storm's eyes flickered white with barely controlled lightning, then returned to normal, a reminder to herself of her power and her control over it. Cyclops adjusted his visor, ensuring the ruby quartz was properly calibrated. Jean Grey took a deep breath, mentally checking the walls she'd built around the Phoenix residue. Xavier simply closed his eyes and centered himself, his telepathy gently brushing the minds of his X-Men in reassurance. Only Magneto stood with visible tension, his hands already wreathed in faint purple magnetic fields that he quickly suppressed. Charles, if this goes badly. It won't, Xavier said firmly. We will make them understand. That's what we do, old friend. We help people overcome their fear of the different. We've done it before. We'll do it again. The meeting took place in DS9's main wardroom, a space suddenly feeling far too small for the weight of what it contained. Captain Picard entered first, his bearing regal despite the standard Starfleet uniform. His eyes swept the room, cataloging every detail, the X-Men's body language, the defensive positioning, the barely concealed tension. Behind him came Admiral Nechayev, her expression neutral but her posture radiating authority and skepticism. Captain Sisko, Picard said, extending his hand. It's good to see you again, though I wish it were under less extraordinary circumstances. Captain Picard, Admiral Nechayev, Sisko replied, shaking hands. May I introduce Professor Charles Xavier and the leadership of the X-Men? Picard's gaze settled on Xavier and something flickered in his expression, recognition perhaps of a kindred spirit. Both were leaders who bore the weight of impossible choices, who believed in principles even when those principles were difficult. Professor Xavier, I've read Captain Sisko's reports. They make for fascinating reading. Parallel universes, natural mutations producing extraordinary abilities, battles against Borg and ancient empires. It sounds like the plot of a science fiction novel, yet here we are. Indeed, Captain, Xavier said, his refined British accent nearly matching Picard's own. I assure you, from our perspective, this is no less surreal. We fell through dimensions and found ourselves in a universe where humanity has achieved what we've fought our entire lives to accomplish: peaceful coexistence among diverse species. It's both inspiring and humbling. And concerning, Nechayev interjected, her voice cutting through the diplomatic pleasantries. Professor, your telepathic range reportedly encompasses this entire station. Miss Grey apparently hosts residue of a cosmic entity that destroyed a planet. Mr. Laneshare, she turned to Magneto, your documented philosophy includes mutant supremacy and the subjugation of baseline humans. You'll forgive me if I find your presence in Federation space deeply troubling. Admiral Nechayev, Picard said quietly, a gentle warning in his tone. Perhaps we should begin with questions rather than accusations. Very well, questions. Nechayev pulled up a PADD, her manner shifting into full interrogation mode. Professor Xavier, can you read my mind right now? Xavier met her gaze steadily. Yes, Admiral. I can sense your surface thoughts, your concern for Federation security, your suspicion of our motives, your determination to protect innocent people from potential threats. I can also sense your underlying dedication to the principles you serve, even when those principles conflict with your security concerns. You are a good person facing an impossible situation, trying to balance safety with justice. Nechayev's expression flickered, a momentary crack in her professional facade, surprised that Xavier would acknowledge her internal conflict rather than simply denying any privacy invasion. And could you control my mind? Force me to think differently, believe differently? I could, Xavier said honestly, and the admission sent a chill through the room. I have that power, Admiral. I could reach into your consciousness and rewrite your thoughts, your memories, your very personality. I could make you believe anything I wanted you to believe. It would be trivial for me. Then why haven't you? Nechayev demanded. Why not simply make everyone believe you're trustworthy? Because trust obtained through force is not trust at all, Xavier said softly. It's slavery wearing a pleasant mask. I've spent my entire life fighting for mutants to be accepted as equals, not as masters or slaves. Using my powers to force that acceptance would make me the monster you fear I am. I won't do it, Admiral. Not to you, not to anyone. My powers are a gift that comes with the responsibility to use them ethically, or not at all. Picard leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. A philosophy of power combined with restraint. Professor, that's quite similar to Federation principles. We have the capability to destroy planets, to force our will on less advanced species, to conquer through superior technology. We choose not to because we believe in the rights of all sentient beings to self-determination. You're describing the same principle on an individual level. Precisely, Captain, Xavier said, grateful for the opening. The X-Men are not so different from Starfleet. We have power, yes, but we use that power in service to principles larger than ourselves. We defend those who cannot defend themselves. We fight against oppression and injustice. We believe in a future where different beings, whether different species or different evolutionary variants, can coexist in peace. Is that not also the Federation's dream? A lovely speech, Magneto interrupted, his voice carrying an edge of cynicism. But let's not pretend, Charles. The Federation's ideals are tested when confronted with beings who could challenge their power structure. We've seen this pattern before. Humanity embraces diversity when that diversity is safely weaker than themselves. When diversity comes with power that rivals or exceeds their own, suddenly principles give way to containment protocols. Mr. Laneshare, Picard said, his tone hardening slightly, Admiral Nechayev briefed me on your history. Terrorism against human governments. Attempts to establish mutant supremacy. A philosophy that views conflict between mutants and humans as inevitable. Those are not the actions or beliefs of someone seeking peaceful coexistence. Magneto's eyes flashed with old fury, and the room's temperature seemed to drop as magnetic fields intensified around him. You dare judge me, Captain. I survived Auschwitz. I watched my family murdered for the crime of being different. I spent decades watching humanity repeat that pattern, hunting mutants, imprisoning them, experimenting on them, murdering mutant children in their beds. And you wonder why I concluded that mutants must seize power rather than beg for acceptance. Eric, Xavier said gently, his telepathy radiating calm, this is not our universe. These people are not our oppressors. Are they not? Magneto challenged. They fear us just as our humanity feared us. They speak of containment and protocols and security concerns. The vocabulary changes, but the message remains the same. Those with power are threats that must be controlled. I've heard this song before, Charles. It always ends in camps. The silence that followed was profound. Then, unexpectedly, it was Worf who spoke. The Klingon security officer had been standing near the door, observing, his warrior's instincts assessing the X-Men as potential threats and potential allies. Now he stepped forward, his deep voice carrying conviction. Mr. Laneshare, I understand your anger. Klingons were once enemies of the Federation. We were viewed as violent barbarians, threats to be contained or destroyed. But the Federation offered us something our warrior culture valued, honor. They treated us as equals, not as inferiors to be controlled. That respect earned their alliance. Perhaps you should consider whether your expectations of persecution create the very conflict you claim to prevent. Magneto stared at the Klingon, clearly not having expected support from that quarter. And if I'm right, if the Federation proves no different from our humanity, then you will have the honor of being correct while imprisoned, Worf said bluntly. But if you are wrong, if you create conflict through suspicion when cooperation was possible, you will have dishonored yourself and your people. A warrior knows when to fight and when to build alliances. This is a time for alliances. Storm placed a hand on Magneto's shoulder, her touch gentle but her voice firm. Eric, we did not cross universes and sacrifice our home to repeat old battles. We came here by accident, but we can stay here by choice. The choice to finally try a different path. Captain Picard, Admiral Nechayev, we ask for asylum in the Federation. Not as weapons you can deploy, not as threats you must contain, but as refugees seeking a chance to build lives in a universe that might finally accept us. Asylum, Nechayev repeated, her tone suggesting the complications that word carried. Professor Xavier, do you understand what you're asking? Full Federation asylum would grant you rights and protections, yes, but it would also place you under Federation law. And Federation law prohibits genetic augmentation. Your very existence challenges that law. Then perhaps, Bashir said quietly, speaking for the first time, the law needs to be re-examined. Admiral, I'm a doctor. I've spent the past hours studying the X-Men's biology. They're not augments in the legal sense. Their mutations are natural, not artificial. Preventing natural evolution because it makes us uncomfortable would be as absurd as preventing Vulcans from having telepathy or changelings from shape-shifting. Nechayev turned her sharp gaze on the doctor. Dr. Bashir, your medical opinion is noted, but this isn't a medical question. It's a security question. These beings have powers that could threaten. Everyone has power that could threaten others, Picard interrupted, his patience clearly wearing thin. I could order the Enterprise to fire on this station right now. Admiral, you could declare martial law across entire sectors. The question is never capability, it's intent and character. And by all accounts, the X-Men's intent and character have been demonstrated repeatedly. They defended DS9 at great personal cost. They sacrificed their only way home to protect strangers. They've cooperated fully with every request. What more must they do to prove themselves? They must submit to monitoring, Nechayev said flatly. Power-dampening fields in their quarters, regular psychological evaluations, restrictions on using their abilities without authorization, combadge transponders that cannot be removed. These are reasonable precautions. These are prison conditions, Cyclops said, his voice hard. Admiral, we've lived under those conditions before. Government facilities that promised protection and monitoring while treating us as weapons or test subjects. We won't go back to that. If that's the price of Federation asylum, we'll find another way. What other way? Nechayev challenged. You're stranded in our universe. You have no home, no resources, no legal standing. You need the Federation more than the Federation needs you. Do we? Magneto asked softly, and the magnetic fields around him intensified visibly. Admiral, let me be very clear. The X-Men could take this station if we chose to. We could commandeer ships, establish ourselves on uninhabited worlds, carve out our own territory through force. We have that capability, but we're choosing cooperation instead. We're asking for asylum because we believe in Professor Xavier's dream of peaceful coexistence, but that dream requires mutual respect. If you treat us as prisoners, you'll force us to become the threats you fear. Is that a threat, Mr. Laneshare? Nechayev's hand moved toward her combadge, probably signaling security. It's a statement of fact, Magneto replied. We will not be caged again. We will not submit to the kind of monitoring and control you propose. If the Federation cannot accept us as free individuals with rights and dignity, then we will find another path. Perhaps the Klingon Empire would be more accommodating. They seem to understand the value of powerful allies. Eric, enough, Xavier said firmly, his telepathy carrying weight. Captain Picard, Admiral Nechayev, my colleague's words are inflammatory but not entirely wrong. We are refugees asking for asylum. We're willing to cooperate to demonstrate good faith to prove ourselves worthy of trust, but we will not accept imprisonment. We've fought too long for freedom to surrender it willingly." Picard stood, moving to the viewport to gaze out at the stars, a habit of his when confronting difficult decisions. The room waited in tense silence until he finally spoke. "I once encountered a being called Nagilum who had the power to kill my entire crew with a thought. He was studying humanity, learning about our concepts of life and death, and he saw nothing wrong with murdering people as part of his experiment. I was prepared to destroy my own ship rather than allow him to continue. But in the end, I chose to trust that reason and principle could reach even a being of godlike power. That trust was rewarded." He turned back to the room. "I also once dealt with a situation where an entire planet's population was discovered to be unknowingly violating the Prime Directive. The easy solution would have been to relocate them, to prevent the contamination. Instead, we found a way to respect their autonomy while still upholding our principles. It was difficult. It required compromise from all parties, but it was right." "Your point, Captain?" Nechev asked. "My point, Admiral, is that the Federation's strength has never been in our ability to control or contain. It's been in our ability to find solutions that respect the rights and dignity of all parties. The X-Men are asking for asylum. They've proven their intent through actions. Perhaps instead of imposing prison conditions, we should explore compromise that addresses both their concerns and ours." "What compromise?" Sisko asked, leaning forward with interest. Picard began packing, his mind clearly working through possibilities. "The X-Men need legal standing, resources, and freedom to build lives in our universe. The Federation needs assurances that beings of such power can be trusted. What if we established a provisional status, asylum granted, but with voluntary cooperation on security protocols? Not imprisonment, but partnership." "Explain," Xavier said, his telepathy already sensing where Picard's thoughts were leading. "You would be granted full asylum rights, freedom of movement, legal standing, access to Federation resources. In exchange, you would agree to work with Starfleet in an advisory capacity, share your knowledge of Borg mutations, invaluable intelligence given what we saw, assist with diplomatic first contacts where your abilities might be helpful. Essentially, become part of the Federation not as prisoners or ordinary civilians, but as consultants, special operatives. I'm not sure of the exact designation, but the concept is clear. You use your abilities in service to Federation ideals, and the Federation provides the home and acceptance you seek." "You're describing a relationship of mutual benefit," Jean Grey said slowly, her scientific mind processing the implications. "We provide capabilities the Federation lacks, and in exchange receive the acceptance and legal protection we need. It's not charity or imprisonment, it's partnership." "But it still places them under Starfleet authority," Nechev objected. "Captain, if even one of them abuses their position, then we deal with it as we would any Starfleet officer who abuses their position," Picard said firmly. "Through courts martial, legal proceedings, and due process. Admiral, we cannot treat them as threats simply because they have power. Half of Starfleet carries phasers capable of killing dozens. We trust officers with that power because we believe in their training and character. Why can we not extend that same trust to the X-Men?" Storm stood, her regal bearing making her seem taller than her physical height. "Captain Picard, on behalf of the X-Men, I find your proposal acceptable. We are accustomed to using our powers in service to others. In our universe, we defended humanity despite their fear and hatred. In your universe, we would do the same. Defend those who need defending, not because we're forced to, but because it's right. That's what the X-Men do." "Charles?" Cyclops asked, looking to their founder and leader. Xavier was silent for a long moment, his telepathy reaching out to touch each of his X-Men scattered across the station, gauging their reactions, their fears, their hopes. Then he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of a lifetime spent navigating impossible compromises. Captain Picard, we accept your proposal. The X-Men will work with Starfleet as consultants and advisors. We'll share our knowledge, use our abilities to protect and defend, and prove through our actions that beings of power can be trusted. In exchange, we ask for full asylum rights, the freedom to build lives, to establish ourselves in your universe, to finally find the acceptance we've always fought for. And the monitoring protocols, Nechayev pressed, the psychological evaluations, the restrictions. Voluntary cooperation on reasonable security measures, Xavier countered. Regular check-ins, yes. Transparent communication about our capabilities and activities, absolutely. But not constant surveillance, not power-dampening fields, not imprisonment disguised as protection. Trust, Admiral, we're asking for trust. Nechayev looked at Picard, then at Sisko, then back at the X-Men. Her expression suggested she was fighting an internal battle between her security instincts and her recognition that Picard's proposal might be the best option available. Provisional asylum, she finally said. 6 months trial period. The X-Men work with Starfleet, demonstrate their reliability, and prove they can be trusted. At the end of 6 months, we review the arrangement. If it's working, we make it permanent. If there are problems, we renegotiate. That's my compromise, Captain Picard. Take it or leave it. We'll take it, Xavier said immediately, before anyone could object. 6 months to prove ourselves. We've done more with less time. Thank you, Admiral. Captain Picard. Captain Sisko, you're giving us what we've never had in our own universe. A genuine chance to show that mutants and humans can work together as equals. Picard smiled, genuine warmth breaking through his diplomatic mask. Professor, I suspect you'll find the Federation is full of beings who were once considered too different to be trusted. Vulcans with their telepathy and logic. Klingons with their strength and warrior culture. Even humans when we first reached the stars. The Federation was built on the principle that difference is not something to fear, it's something to celebrate. Welcome to the Federation, X-Men. I think you'll fit in quite well. As the meeting broke up, with Nechayev already pulling up PADDs to draft the provisional asylum paperwork and Sisko coordinating with his staff about quarters and resources, the X-Men gathered near the viewport. We did it, Jean whispered, tears streaming down her face. We actually did it. We have asylum. We have a home. Provisional asylum, Magneto corrected, but there was less bitterness in his voice than usual. We have 6 months to prove we're not the monsters they fear, and if we fail... We won't fail, Cyclops said firmly. We're the X-Men. We've faced extinction dozens of times and survived. We can handle 6 months of proving ourselves. Xavier looked out at the stars, at the Bajoran wormhole pulsing with the Prophet's timeless light, at the evidence of the battle they'd fought to protect strangers in a universe not their own. We're home, he said softly. Not the home we were born to, but perhaps the home we were always meant to find. A universe where humanity achieved what we've always dreamed of, peace among diverse beings. Now we have the chance to be part of that peace, to show that mutants belong in that grand vision. 6 months to prove ourselves. He smiled, his telepathy radiating hope across the station to every X-Man. We'll need far less time than that. 3 months had passed since the X-Men's provisional asylum was granted, and Deep Space Nine had become something unprecedented in Federation history. A proving ground where refugees from another universe demonstrated daily that power combined with purpose could serve rather than threaten. In the station's newly established Mutant Affairs Office, a designation Beast had successfully argued was less stigmatizing than Enhanced Beings Monitoring Station. Professor Xavier sat reviewing reports with Commander Dax. The Trill science officer had become the X-Men's primary Starfleet liaison, her 9 lifetimes of experience giving her unique perspective on beings who defied conventional categorization. The numbers are remarkable, Professor, Dax said, pulling up data on her PADD. In 3 months, the X-Men have assisted with 17 first contact situations, prevented 3 potential conflicts through diplomatic intervention, helped repair critical infrastructure on 4 Federation worlds, and provided intelligence on Borg adaptation that's already saved lives. Starfleet Command is calling you their most successful special operations unit. Xavier allowed himself a small smile. We're merely doing what we've always done, Commander, using our abilities to help others. Though I'll admit, being appreciated for it rather than feared is refreshing. Not everyone appreciates it, Dax cautioned. There's been pushback from several Federation Council members. They're concerned about the precedent you're setting, that beings with extraordinary abilities can bypass normal Starfleet training and protocols. And there are still security hawks who want you monitored more closely. Admiral Nechayev among them, I presume, Xavier asked with wry understanding. She's actually one of your strongest advocates now, Dax said, surprising him. After Wolverine and Colossus helped evacuate a colony under Dominion attack last month, saved 400 lives that would have been lost otherwise, she filed a report arguing for your asylum to be made permanent immediately. The Admiral may not trust easily, Professor, but once you earn her trust, she's fiercely loyal. Xavier's telepathy confirmed Dax's words, and he felt a warmth of satisfaction. Earning Alana Nechayev's respect had been one of his primary goals. She represented the security-minded faction that would always view the X-Men with suspicion, if even she had been won over. What concerns me more, Xavier said, steering the conversation to more troubling matters, is Eric. Magneto has been restless lately. He cooperates with missions, follows protocols, but I sense his fundamental philosophy hasn't changed. He still believes mutants are superior, that peaceful coexistence is temporary at best. Has he done anything to violate the asylum terms? Dax asked. No, but he watches, studies, catalogs every moment when Federation ideals fall short of Federation reality. The refugee crisis on Badger, how some Bajorans still distrust Kardashian civilians despite the war being over. The way some Starfleet officers still treat Ferengi with contempt. The genetic augmentation laws that would criminalize the X-Men if applied strictly. Eric is building a case that this universe is no different from ours, that prejudice and fear are universal constants regardless of how advanced a civilization becomes. Dax considered this, her symbiont's centuries of experience informing her response. Is he wrong? Xavier looked at her sharply. Commander. I'm not saying I agree with Magneto's conclusions, Professor, but his observations aren't inaccurate. The Federation has achieved remarkable things, but we're not perfect. We still struggle with prejudice, with fear of the different, with the tension between security and freedom. Your presence has forced us to confront those imperfections. Some people are rising to meet that challenge. Others are revealing the gaps between our ideals and our reality. And which category do you fall into, Commander? Xavier asked gently. Dax smiled, her trill spots seeming to glow in the office's lighting. I'm in the category of people grateful for the mirror you're holding up. The X-Men make us better by forcing us to live up to our own principles. That's valuable, Professor. Don't underestimate how valuable. Their conversation was interrupted by an urgent comm from Ops. Sisko's voice carried tension. Professor Xavier, Commander Dax, report to operations immediately. We have a situation. In Ops, the senior staff and X-Men leadership had assembled with the grim efficiency of a team that had learned to work together through crisis. On the main view screen, a Federation colony world showed signs of catastrophic failure. Atmospheric processors offline, shields down, and orbital scans revealing massive geological instability. Colony Theta 7, Sisko briefed them quickly. Population 12,000 mixed species including humans, Bolians, and Tellarites. 3 hours ago, their geothermal power system suffered a catastrophic failure. It's triggered a chain reaction. Volcanic eruptions across 3 continents, atmospheric contamination, and seismic events that are tearing the primary settlement apart. They've called for emergency evacuation, but we don't have enough ships in range to evacuate everyone before the planet becomes uninhabitable. How long do they have? Cyclops asked, his tactical mind immediately engaging. 6 hours, Kira reported from Tactical. Maybe 8 if they can stabilize the atmosphere, but their terraforming equipment is destroyed. After that, the atmospheric toxicity will reach lethal levels even in sealed habitats. 12,000 people, Storm said softly, her weather senses already reaching out through the viewscreen as if she could touch the dying planet from light years away. Captain, how many can you evacuate with available ships? 9,000, O'Brien said grimly. Maybe 9,500 if we pack transports beyond safety ratings, but that leaves thousands who'll die. We're trying to commandeer every civilian freighter in the sector, but they won't arrive in time. Then we need to buy time, Jean Grey said, her scientific training providing options her teammates lacked. If we can stabilize the atmosphere, suppress the volcanic activity, shore up the geological structures, that would require planetary-scale environmental manipulation, Dax interrupted. We don't have the technology or the time to deploy it. Even if we had terraforming equipment, it would take weeks too. We don't need technology, Storm said, standing with sudden purpose, her eyes already shifting toward White. I can stabilize the atmosphere, not permanently but long enough for evacuation. Captain Sisko, I need to get to that planet immediately. Stabilize an entire planetary atmosphere, Bashir said incredulously. Miss Monroe, even your abilities have limits. My abilities, Storm said with quiet confidence, allow me to sense and manipulate weather patterns on a planetary scale. I've done it before on Earth, redirected hurricanes, stopped tornadoes, even calmed the jet streams when global climate was destabilizing. This planet's atmosphere is smaller, thinner. I can work with it. And the seismic activity, Sisko pressed, the volcanic eruptions. That's where I come in, Magneto said, stepping forward with an expression that mixed arrogance with genuine concern. The planet's crust is iron-rich. I can sense the magnetic field lines, the tectonic stresses, the pressure points where magma is forcing its way to the surface. I can't stop it entirely, but I can redirect it, channel the eruptions away from population centers, stabilize fault lines, buy hours rather than minutes. You're talking about manipulating an entire planet's geology, O'Brien said, his engineer's mind struggling to process the scale. The power requirements alone. I don't require power, Chief, Magneto said with a thin smile. I am the power. Every atom of iron in that planet's crust, every magnetic field line, every tectonic plate, I can feel them all. And more importantly, I can move them. It will be exhausting, possibly dangerous, but it's within my capabilities. Picard's voice came over the comm. The Enterprise had been en route to DS9 for the 3-month review and had arrived just as the crisis broke. Captain Sisko, this is Captain Picard. I've been monitoring the situation. Are the X-Men seriously proposing to stabilize an entire planet single-handedly? Not single-handedly, Captain, Xavier said, wheeling forward. It would require a coordinated effort. Storm and Magneto handling the environmental and geological stabilization. But we'd also need Iceman to help cool volcanic magma flows, Colossus and several others for structural reinforcement of collapsing buildings, and Jean Grey's telekinesis to help with the actual evacuation, lifting people from inaccessible areas, clearing debris, creating safe zones. Professor, Sisko said carefully, what you're describing is unprecedented. The scale, the coordination, the risk is exactly what the X-Men were born to handle, Cyclops interrupted. Captain, this is what we do. When the impossible crisis hits, when conventional solutions fail, when people need saving and there's no one else who can do it, that's when the X-Men step up. It's what we did on Earth dozens of times. It's what we did here against the Borg. And it's what we'll do now. The Provisional Asylum Agreement allows you to assist with emergencies. Nechiev's voice came over the comm. Apparently she'd been monitoring from the Enterprise as well. But it also requires Starfleet authorization for operations of this scale. Professor Xavier, you're asking permission to essentially take control of an entire planetary environment. If something goes wrong, then thousands die anyway, Magneto said bluntly. Admiral, let's dispense with the bureaucratic hand-wringing. You have a choice. Let us try and possibly save everyone, or evacuate who you can and accept that thousands will die. What's it going to be? The silence on the comm was profound. Then Picard's voice, measured and firm. Admiral, I recommend we authorize the X-Men to proceed. We've spent 3 months evaluating their capabilities and character. This is precisely the situation their provisional asylum was designed to address. If we don't trust them now, when they're offering to save lives we cannot save ourselves, then the provisional asylum was never about trust. It was about control. More silence. Then Nechiev's voice, tight with the stress of command decisions that could doom or save thousands. Authorization granted. X-Men, you are cleared to proceed with planetary stabilization efforts. But understand, if you fail, if you cause more harm than good, if you abuse this authority. We understand, Admiral, Xavier said quietly. We're heroes, not saviors. We'll do our best, but we're still fallible beings. All we can promise is that we'll give everything we have to save those people. Nothing more, nothing less. Then God help you, Nechiev said. And God help them, Enterprise out. 20 minutes later, the runabout USS Ganges dropped out of warp in orbit of Colony Theta 7. Through the viewports, the planet looked like a vision of apocalypse. Massive volcanic plumes punching through the atmosphere, seismic fractures visible even from orbit as they tore across continents, and atmospheric processors burning with toxic fires that spread contamination across entire regions. Sweet Mother of God, Worf breathed from the pilot's seat. The Klingon warrior had volunteered to fly the X-Men down, his combat experience making him ideal for navigating the chaos. The planet is tearing itself apart. How can anyone survive in that? They can't, Storm said, her eyes already solid white as her consciousness expanded to embrace the planet's entire atmospheric system. Not for much longer. Worf, get us into a geosynchronous orbit above the main colony. I need to establish a weather pattern that will clear the ash clouds and provide breathable air for the evacuation. As Worf maneuvered the runabout, Storm closed her eyes and let her mutation reach out across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. She touched wind patterns, thermal columns, pressure systems, the complex dance of atmospheric chemistry that separated life-supporting air from toxic death. And she began to reshape it. On the planet's surface, colonists huddled in failing shelters watched in awe as the ash-choked sky suddenly began to clear. Winds arose from nowhere, powerful and purposeful, sweeping the volcanic contamination away from population centers. Rain fell, clean, pure rain that washed the toxins from the air and cooled the superheated ground. Pressure systems that had been chaotic and deadly suddenly organized themselves into patterns that made meteorologists weep with their mathematical precision. In the runabout, Storm's body trembled with the effort. I have the atmosphere, she gasped. Stable zone extending 50 kilometers from the colony center, but it's taking everything I have just to maintain it. Magneto, the geological activity. Magneto had been silent, his eyes closed in concentration as his magnetic senses reached deep into the planet's crust. Now he opened his eyes, and they blazed with purple light as his power manifested at a scale few had ever witnessed. On the surface, tectonic plates that had been grinding toward catastrophic collision suddenly stopped. Magnetic fields intensified around fault lines, acting like invisible brakes that prevented movement. Volcanic vents preparing to erupt found their magma channels redirected, the molten rock flowing away from the colony into uninhabited regions where it could cool harmlessly. It was planetary engineering on a scale that made conventional terraforming look primitive. "I have the planet's crust," Magneto said through gritted teeth, sweat pouring down his face despite the runabout's environmental controls. "But Charles, you need to understand, I'm holding back the equivalent of multiple nuclear explosions. I can maintain this for hours perhaps, but not indefinitely. Get those people off the planet now." On DS9, Cisco was coordinating the largest emergency evacuation in recent Federation history. Every available transport, runabout, and shuttle was converging on Colony Theta 7. The Enterprise herself was in orbit, her massive transporter capacity pulling hundreds of colonists directly to safety every minute. But even with Storm's atmospheric stabilization and Magneto's geological control buying time, there were still thousands in remote locations, trapped by debris, cut off by impassable terrain, or simply too far from transport zones to reach in time. That's where the rest of the X-Men came in. Colossus, in full organic steel form, stood beneath a collapsing apartment complex, his superhuman strength holding up 50 tons of failing structure while civilians were evacuated through emergency exits. The building creaked and groaned, threatening to crush him, but Pyotr Rasputin had held worse. He would hold until the last person was safe, and not a moment less. Nightcrawler bamfed through the chaos in a blur of brimstone smoke, teleporting from one trapped group to another. A family sealed in a collapsed underground shelter, Bamf, teleported to safety. A group of children cut off by a lava flow, Bamf, rescued and transported to Federation evacuation zones. His teleportation range was limited, but he'd never moved faster or with more purpose in his life. Iceman flew across the landscape on his signature ice slide, flash-freezing lava flows that threatened refugee convoys, creating ice bridges over impassable chasms, and cooling superheated structures enough that people trapped inside could survive until proper rescue arrived. Bobby Drake had always been the class clown of the X-Men, but today he was proving why Xavier had recruited him. His power, properly applied, could save thousands. Jean Grey hovered above the main colony, her telekinesis working overtime. She lifted massive debris that blocked evacuation routes, created force fields to protect refugee shelters from volcanic projectiles, and gently carried injured colonists who couldn't walk to waiting transports. The Phoenix residue within her stirred, responding to her emotional intensity, but she kept it carefully suppressed. Not today. Today she was Jean Grey, X-Man and hero, not the Phoenix. Wolverine, Rogue, Gambit, Kitty Pryde, Beast, and every other X-Man worked with desperate efficiency alongside Starfleet personnel and local emergency services. It was a perfect demonstration of everything Xavier had preached his entire life: mutants and humans working together, abilities that had been feared becoming tools for salvation, differences setting aside in service to a common goal. In the runabout, Storm and Magneto maintained their planetary-scale efforts, their bodies pushed to absolute limits. Storm's weather manipulation was keeping vast swaths of atmosphere stable, but the volcanic activity kept trying to reassert itself, pumping more toxins into the air. Magneto's magnetic control was preventing geological catastrophe, but the tectonic forces involved were immense, like trying to hold back an avalanche with bare hands. "How much longer?" Worf asked, monitoring the evacuation progress. 5 hours, Storm gasped. "I can hold for 5 more hours before my body gives out." 3, Magneto corrected grimly. "In 3 hours, the tectonic stress will overwhelm even my control. After that, the planet tears itself apart regardless of what I do." "Then we have 3 hours to evacuate 12,000 people, Worf said, already calculating. "It will be close, very close." On DS9, Cisco watched the evacuation numbers climb with agonizing slowness. 7,000 evacuated, 8,000, 9,000. Each number represented lives saved, but also reminded him of how many remained in danger. "Captain," Dax reported, her voice tight, "we have a problem. There's a remote settlement on the southern continent, 300 colonists, mostly Tellarites. They refused initial evacuation orders, thought they could ride out the crisis in their reinforced shelters. Now those shelters are failing and they're 400 kilometers from the nearest transport zone. The terrain is impassable. Lava flows, seismic fissures, toxic clouds. We can't get ships in, and we don't have anyone on the ground who can reach them in time. How long do they have? Cisco demanded. 2 hours before their shelters fail completely. After that, Dax didn't need to finish. Cisco's jaw clenched. 300 lives. Not a lot in the context of a 12,000-person evacuation, but 300 individual people with families, dreams, futures. And he was about to have to make the calculation every commander dreaded, whether those 300 could be saved without risking the entire evacuation effort. Then Xavier's telepathic voice touched his mind, gentle but insistent. "Captain, I'm aware of the situation. I'm sending someone." "Professor, no one can reach them in time," Cisco said aloud, not caring if his staff thought he was talking to himself. "The distance is too great, the terrain too dangerous. There is one who can reach them, if she chooses to." On the planet's surface, in a temporary field hospital where refugees were being treated before transport, Rogue stood beside Dr. Bashir, using her absorption power to take on his medical knowledge temporarily so she could assist with treating the injured. The repeated absorptions, careful, controlled, lasting only seconds each, had given her rudimentary medical training without harming the doctor. Xavier's voice touched her mind. "Rogue, there are 300 people who will die unless someone can reach them. I would not normally ask this of you, but you are the only one with the capability to save them." Rogue's eyes widened as she understood what Xavier meant. Her absorption power could take abilities from other mutants. She'd done it before, though usually by accident. But if she absorbed Storm's weather manipulation and Nightcrawler's teleportation, combined them, she could potentially fly the 400 kilometers and teleport the colonists directly to safety. The problem was that absorbing mutant powers was dangerous. It required skin-to-skin contact, and the more powerful the mutant, the more dangerous the absorption. Storm and Nightcrawler were two of the most powerful X-Men. Absorbing both of them could kill Rogue or leave her comatose, or trigger a psychotic break as their personalities warred with her own consciousness. Professor Asterisk Rogue thought back. If I absorb both Storm and Kurt, I might not survive it. Their powers are so different, their minds so strong. I know what I'm asking, my dear, and I would not ask if there were any other way, but 300 people are going to die. The choice is yours. Rogue looked at the refugees around her. Humans, Bolians, Tellarites, all species that in her own universe would have feared and rejected her. Here, they treated her as a hero, thanked her for her help, saw past her mutation to the person beneath. The Federation was trying, really trying, to build a universe where different beings could coexist in peace, and 300 lives were part of that dream. "I'll do it," Rogue said aloud, her southern accent thick with determination. She turned to Bashir. "Doc, I need you to prepare a medical team. When I get back, I'm probably gonna need immediate treatment. And call Professor Xavier, tell him I'm ready." 10 minutes later, Rogue stood before Storm and Nightcrawler in the refugee camp, her hands bare. No gloves, no barriers, nothing between her skin and theirs. The two X-Men understood what she was about to do and what it would cost. "Rogue," Storm said gently, placing a hand on the younger woman's shoulder, "you don't have to do this. We can find another way." "There ain't no other way, and you know it," Rogue interrupted. "Those people are gonna die unless someone with weather powers and teleportation can reach them. And I'm the only one who can have both. So let's do this before I lose my nerve." Nightcrawler crossed himself, a Catholic prayer on his lips. "Gott mit dir, mein Freunden. God be with you, my friend." Rogue took a deep breath, then grabbed both of them simultaneously, her right hand on Storm's bare arm, her left on Nightcrawler's furry blue hand. The absorption hit her like a freight train. Storm's consciousness flooded into her, the goddess, the weather witch, the primal force of nature given human form. Rogue felt herself expand across the sky, sensing every wind current, every pressure system, every electron dancing in the clouds. The power was intoxicating and terrifying, vast beyond anything she'd absorbed before. Simultaneously, Nightcrawler's mutation merged with her biology, the teleportation, the brimstone dimension, the faith that allowed him to leap through space without fear. His personality came too, the gentle soul, the devout Catholic, the man who looked like a demon but possessed the heart of an angel. For a terrible moment, Rogue wasn't sure who she was. Marie D'Encanto, Aurora Munro, Kurt Wagner. 3 personalities, 3 power sets, 3 entirely different ways of perceiving reality, all crammed into one mind and body. Then her own personality reasserted itself, stronger than the absorbed fragments, more determined, more stubborn. She was Rogue. She was an X-Man, and she had a job to do. "I got him," she gasped, releasing Storm and Nightcrawler, who both collapsed from the absorption. Around her, winds began to swirl as Storm's power manifested through her. Brimstone smoke flickered as Nightcrawler's teleportation activated instinctively. "Rogue, can you control it?" Cyclops demanded, steadying Storm as medical personnel rushed to help both her and Kurt. "I think so," Rogue said, though her voice carried harmonics of both Storm's regal tones and Kurt's German accent. "The powers are fighting each other. Storm wants to fly, Kurt wants to bamf, and I'm trying to do both simultaneously. But I can hold it together long enough. How do I find those colonists?" "Sending you coordinates now," Dax's voice came through Rogue's borrowed comm badge. "And Rogue, good luck. The Federation owes you a debt we can never repay." "Just have that medical team ready," Rogue said. Then she launched herself into the sky on winds she commanded, flying faster than any human should be capable of, while simultaneously focusing on the teleportation coordinates burned into her consciousness by Nightcrawler's absorbed knowledge. The flight took 20 minutes that felt like 20 hours. Rogue pushed Storm's borrowed powers to their absolute limit, riding jet streams and atmospheric currents that she shaped to maximize speed. Below her, the apocalyptic landscape blurred past, lava flows, seismic fractures, volcanic clouds that she parted with casual thoughts. When she reached the remote settlement, she found 300 Tellarites huddled in failing shelters, toxic atmosphere seeping through compromised seals, structural damage threatening to collapse the entire facility within minutes. "I'm Rogue of the X-Men," she announced, her voice carrying Storm's goddess authority mixed with her own southern determination. "I'm here to get y'all out. Everyone who can walk form groups of 10. Everyone who can't, I'll carry. We're leaving now." "How?" one of the Tellarites demanded, the pig-like species known for their argumentative nature. "There are no ships, no transports." "Don't need 'em," Rogue said and bamfed. She reappeared 2 seconds later in a cloud of brimstone smoke, having teleported outside to test the range. "I can teleport groups of 10 across 400 kilometers. It's gonna take multiple trips, it's gonna hurt like hell, but it'll get you out. Now stop arguing and start grouping up, or I'm gonna leave the argumentative ones for last." For the next 90 minutes, Rogue performed what would later be called the most heroic solo rescue operation in Federation history. She teleported group after group of colonists across impossible distances, using Nightcrawler's power amplified by Storm's weather manipulation, creating atmospheric channels that reduced the strain on her teleportation, riding winds that made each jump slightly easier. But the cost was devastating. Each teleportation with 10 people tore at her borrowed abilities. Storm's consciousness kept trying to reassert itself, wanting to fly rather than teleport. Nightcrawler's faith-based approach to his power conflicted with Rogue's more pragmatic nature, and her own absorption mutation was screaming at her to release the borrowed powers before they destroyed her. "Last group," she gasped after the 28th teleport, her body trembling with exhaustion, blood trickling from her nose and ears. 10 more and we're done." The final teleport was agony. Rogue felt her body trying to phase into the brimstone dimension permanently, felt Storm's power trying to discharge through her in a massive lightning strike, felt her own mind fragmenting under the strain of 3 personalities and 2 massive power sets. But she held together long enough to deposit the last group of colonists in the evacuation zone. Then she collapsed, her borrowed powers finally releasing as Storm and Nightcrawler's consciousnesses faded from her mind. The last thing she heard before losing consciousness was Bashir's voice. "Medical emergency. Get her to the Enterprise's sickbay now. She's in multi-system failure. I need surgical teams standing by." 5 hours after the operation began, the last transport lifted off from Colony Theta 7. 12,000 colonists, every single one, had been evacuated successfully. 0 casualties. It was a miracle of coordination, heroism, and abilities used at scales that would be studied for decades. In the runabout, Storm and Magneto finally released their planetary-scale manipulations, both collapsing into unconsciousness the moment the last civilian was confirmed safe. Worf had to carry them both to the Enterprise's sickbay, where they joined Rogue in intensive care. On DS9, Cisco watched the final transport dock and allowed himself a moment of profound relief before turning to address his staff and the assembled X-Men. 12,000 people, he said quietly. 12,000 lives saved because the X-Men were willing to push themselves beyond any reasonable limit. Storm and Magneto held an entire planet stable for 5 hours. Rogue absorbed 2 different power sets simultaneously and conducted 30 solo teleport evacuations across 400 kilometers. Every single X-Man on that planet worked themselves to exhaustion, saving people they'd never met, from species they'd never heard of before coming to our universe. He looked at Xavier, Cyclops, Jean, and the other X-Men who'd returned to the station. "Professor, I don't think your provisional asylum is going to remain provisional much longer." Xavier smiled wearily. "Captain, we simply did what needed to be done, what heroes do." "No," Picard's voice came over the comm from the Enterprise. "What you did was prove beyond any possible doubt that beings of great power can be trusted to use that power responsibly. Professor Xavier, I'm going to be recommending to Starfleet Command and the Federation Council that the X-Men be granted permanent asylum immediately, with full citizenship rights and status as an official Starfleet consulting unit. You've more than earned it." "I concur," Nechayev added, her voice carrying none of its usual skepticism. "Professor, when I first met you, I saw threats that needed containment. Today, I saw heroes who saved 12,000 lives through abilities I can barely comprehend. The Federation needs people like you, not as weapons or tools, but as partners, as equals. Welcome home, X-Men. I think you've finally found where you belong." In the Enterprise's sickbay, Storm woke first, her body's natural resilience bringing her back to consciousness ahead of the doctor's predictions. Beside her bed, Magneto lay unconscious but stable, and across the room, Rogue was surrounded by medical equipment, her condition still critical but improving. Dr. Crusher, the Enterprise's CMO, noticed Storm stirring and moved to her bedside. "Easy, Miss Monroe. You pushed yourself to absolute physical limits. You need to rest." "The colonists?" Storm asked, her voice hoarse. "All safe, every single one, thanks to you and your friends," Crusher smiled. "You're heroes, Miss Monroe, real heroes." Storm closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. "We're home," she whispered. "We're finally home." Conclusion. 6 months after the X-Men fell through dimensions into the Star Trek universe, Professor Charles Xavier stood in the Federation Council chambers on Earth, surrounded by representatives from hundreds of worlds. The formal hearing on the X-Men's permanent asylum had been scheduled for this day, but everyone already knew the outcome. The evidence was overwhelming. 17 first contact assists, 3 prevented conflicts, 4 worlds helped during disasters, 12,000 lives saved in a single operation. Intelligence on Borg adaptation that had already prevented assimilation in 3 separate encounters. And throughout it all, not a single abuse of power, not one violation of Federation law, not one indication that beings of such capability posed any threat to the peace and order of the galaxy. The vote was nearly unanimous. 327 worlds voted to grant the X-Men permanent asylum, full Federation citizenship, and official status as a Starfleet Special Operations Unit. Only 12 worlds abstained, citing concerns about genetic policy implications. Not a single world voted against. When the results were announced, Xavier felt something he'd fought for his entire life finally become real: acceptance. Not tolerance, not fearful accommodation, but genuine acceptance of mutants as equals, as valued members of society, as beings whose differences were celebrated rather than feared. In the gallery, the X-Men watched their founder receive the formal asylum declaration from the Federation president. Storm stood with dignity, her white hair gleaming. Cyclops stood at attention, military pride in his bearing. Jean Grey smiled through tears, finally free of the fear that the Phoenix would define her. Even Magneto, standing apart from the others as always, allowed himself a slight nod of acknowledgement. They had crossed universes, fought impossible battles, sacrificed everything they'd known, and proven through their actions what Xavier had always believed: that power combined with moral purpose was not a threat, but humanity's greatest hope. The X-Men had found their home, not the Earth they were born to, but an Earth, a Federation, that had achieved what they'd always fought for. A place where different beings could coexist in peace, where abilities were assets rather than curses, where mutation was seen as evolution's gift rather than nature's mistake. Professor Xavier accepted the asylum declaration with quiet dignity, then turned to address the council in words that would echo through Federation history. For decades, my X-Men and I fought for a dream, that mutants and humans could coexist peacefully, that our differences could be celebrated rather than feared, that power wielded responsibly could serve rather than threaten. In our universe, that dream remained always just out of reach. Here, in your universe, we found that dream made real. He paused, his telepathy touching the minds throughout the chamber, sharing not thoughts but emotions: hope, gratitude, determination. The Federation was built on a principle: infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Today, you've proven that principle extends even to refugees from other universes, to beings whose abilities challenge your understanding of what's possible. You've shown us that acceptance is not about tolerating differences, it's about embracing them. That power is not about dominance, it's about responsibility. That home is not where you're born, it's where you're accepted for who you are. The X-Men are home, and we will spend the rest of our lives proving that your faith in us was justified. Not through grand gestures or displays of power, but through the daily choice to use our abilities in service to the ideals we share: peace, justice, and the dream that different beings can work together toward a common future. Thank you for giving us what we could never find in our own universe, a place where we belong. We are X-Men, we are mutants, we are Federation citizens, and we are finally home. The council chamber erupted in applause that lasted for 5 full minutes. Species who had never heard of mutants until 6 months ago, now standing to honor beings who had proven that evolution's next step could serve rather than threat. Outside the council chambers, reporters from across the Federation clamored for statements. In bars and homes across hundreds of worlds, people watched the broadcast and debated its implications. In Starfleet Academy, cadets discussed whether they could serve alongside beings of such power. In xenobiology labs, scientists studied mutant genetics with wonder and respect rather than fear. The X-Men had changed the Federation simply by being themselves. by demonstrating that power and principle could coexist, that difference was strength rather than threat, that the dream of peaceful coexistence could survive even the most impossible circumstances. On Deep Space Nine, Captain Sisko watched the broadcast with his senior staff and smiled. "Well," he said, raising a glass of synthehol, "here's to the X-Men. They fell through our wormhole by accident, but I think the Prophets knew what they were doing. The Federation is better for having them." "To the X-Men," the staff echoed, drinks raised. In Quark's bar, Wolverine sat at his usual spot, working through his fourth bottle of Romulan ale, when a group of Starfleet officers approached him nervously. "Mr. Logan," one of them said. "We just wanted to say, Mr. Logan," one of them said. "We just wanted to say thank you for Colony Theta 7. My sister was there, one of the Tellarites rogue evacuated. She's alive because of you and your people." Logan looked up, his gruff exterior softening slightly. "Didn't do it for thanks, kid. Did it 'cause it needed doing. That's what the X-Men do." "Still," the officer insisted, "you gave up your whole universe to protect ours. That's the kind of heroism they teach about at the Academy. The kind most of us hope we'd have if we were tested that way." "You will be tested," Logan said, his century of experience lending weight to his words. "Everyone gets tested eventually. Question ain't whether you'll be brave when it's easy. It's whether you'll be brave when it costs you everything. When being a hero means losing what you love, that's when you find out who you really are." He raised his bottle in a casual salute. "Your sister's alive. That's all the thanks we need. Now get out of here before I get sentimental and ruin my reputation." The officers left smiling, and Quark sidled over with another bottle. "You know, for a man who claims to hate people, you're remarkably good at inspiring them." "Shut up, Quark. Also, you still haven't paid your tab from last month." "I said shut up." Across the promenade, Nightcrawler knelt in a quiet corner that had become his makeshift chapel, candles flickering as he offered prayers of gratitude. A Bajoran monk approached, her faith recognizing a kindred spirit despite their different traditions. "You pray to your God," she observed gently. "Do you find him here in this universe not your own?" Kurt looked up, his yellow eyes reflecting the candlelight. "I find him everywhere, sister. The God I worship is not limited by dimensions or universes. He is in the faith that drives us to help others, in the love that binds communities together, in the courage to do what's right even when it costs everything. Your prophets, my God, perhaps they are different names for the same truth, that the universe bends toward justice when good people choose to bend it. The prophets teach that we are all part of the same infinite," the monk said, sitting beside him. "That linear existence is but one perspective on the eternal. You and your X-Men, you've crossed from one existence to another, yet you remain who you are. Perhaps that's the real miracle, not the powers you possess, but the principles you refuse to compromise." "Faith and principle," Kurt said softly, "the only things worth carrying between universes." They sat together in companionable silence, two souls from different worlds united by the belief that there was something greater than themselves worth serving. In the station's science lab, Beast worked alongside Data on a project that would have been impossible without their combined genius, a complete analysis of the dimensional barriers between universes, understanding not just how the breach occurred, but the fundamental physics that separated realities. "Fascinating," Beast said, his blue-furred hands manipulating holographic displays with practiced ease. "The quantum constants are different. Planck's constant varies by 0.003%, gravitational force by 0.005. Tiny variations, but they cascade into fundamentally different universal structures. Our universe permitted the X gene to activate. Yours doesn't. The quantum fluctuations necessary for mutation to produce our abilities simply cannot occur here. Yet you possess those abilities despite being in our universe," Data observed. "The powers crossed with you, encoded in your biology at such a fundamental level that they persist even when the universal constants say they should not." We're living paradoxes, Beast agreed. Our very existence violates this universe's physical laws. We should not be able to do what we do. The fact that we can suggests that the X gene operates on principles even more fundamental than universal constants, perhaps tapping into dimensional energy or quantum fields that transcend individual realities. Does this concern you? Data asked. That your powers may be unstable in this universe? Beast considered this carefully. It should, but in 3 months of careful testing, our abilities have remained consistent. Storm's weather manipulation works. Cyclops' optic blasts still draw from the punch dimension. Jean's telekinesis remains potent. Whatever the X gene is, it's robust enough to function across dimensional barriers. That's either a testament to evolution's adaptability or evidence that mutation was always meant to be multiversal in scope. Or both, Data suggested. Evolution and design need not be mutually exclusive. Perhaps the X gene is evolution's answer to a universe that contains infinite possibilities, beings capable of adapting not just to environments, but to reality itself. Beast smiled, a very human expression on his distinctly inhuman face. Data, I believe we've just outlined a research project that will occupy us for decades. Care to co-author what may be the most significant paper in xenobiology and dimensional physics combined? I would be honored, Dr. McCoy. In her quarters, Jean Grey sat across from Deanna Troi, the Enterprise's Betazoid counselor. The two telepaths had formed an unexpected friendship, recognizing in each other the unique challenges of living with abilities that touched other minds. How do you do it? Jean asked quietly. Live with constant awareness of others' emotions. I have telepathy, but I can shield myself, create barriers. You feel everything all the time. Doesn't it overwhelm you? Troi smiled gently. It did when I was younger. Before I learned that feeling others' emotions doesn't mean taking them on as my own. I'm an empath, not an emotional sponge. I sense what others feel, but I remain myself. It's a boundary that took years to establish, but it's essential. I wish I'd learned that earlier, Jean said, her voice heavy with old pain. When the Phoenix first came, when I felt the emotions and thoughts of entire solar systems, I lost myself in it. Became the Phoenix because I couldn't maintain the boundary between cosmic awareness and individual identity. It took me years to claw my way back to being Jean Grey. But you did claw your way back, Troi pointed out. You survived an experience that would have destroyed most beings. You learned to contain power that could obliterate galaxies. Jean, that's not weakness, that's extraordinary strength. The Phoenix chose you not because you were empty, but because you were strong enough to host it and still remain yourself. Sometimes I wonder if I did remain myself, Jean confessed. Sometimes I feel the Phoenix residue stirring, and I'm not sure where Jean Grey ends and cosmic force begins. What if I'm just a copy? What if the real Jean Grey died when the Phoenix first took her, and I'm just a construct maintaining the illusion of humanity? Troi leaned forward, her empathic senses focused intently on Jean. I feel your fear, Jean. I feel your doubt, but I also feel your fundamental humanity, your love for Scott, your loyalty to the professor, your commitment to helping others. Those aren't constructs. Those are the core of who you are. The Phoenix may have touched you, changed you, left its mark, but you are still Jean Grey, the woman who risks everything to save others, the hero who sacrificed her universe to protect strangers. That's not cosmic force, that's human courage. Jean felt tears streaming down her face. Thank you, she whispered. I needed to hear that. To know that someone with similar abilities sees me as human, not as a threat they have to monitor. You're not a threat, Troi said firmly. You're a person with incredible abilities who chooses, every day, to use them responsibly. That's what defines you, not the power you possess, but the choices you make about how to wield it. In the habitat ring, Cyclops and Captain Picard walked together through the promenade, two leaders discussing the burdens of command. I envy you, Captain, Scott admitted. You lead people who chose to follow Starfleet's rules. I lead people who were born with abilities that made them outcasts. Every decision I make affects beings who could reshape reality if they lost control. The pressure is immense. And yet you've never failed them, Picard observed. Professor Xavier speaks of you with profound respect. He trusts you to lead the X-Men in combat, to make tactical decisions that save lives, to be the bridge between his idealism and practical reality. That's not a small thing, Mr. Summers. I'm just trying to live up to what the professor sees in me, Scott said. Sometimes I wonder if I'm worthy of that trust. I've made mistakes, led teams into situations that got people killed, made calls that haunted me for years. Command is about living with those mistakes while still having the courage to make more decisions, knowing they might be wrong. That's precisely correct, Picard said with understanding that came from decades of similar burden. The day you stop questioning your decisions is the day you become too arrogant to lead effectively. Self-doubt in moderation is a commander's greatest asset. It ensures you consider all angles, weigh all options, remember the human cost of every choice. He paused at a viewport, gazing out at the stars. Mr. Summers, I've commanded in situations where millions of lives hung on my decisions. I've been assimilated by the Borg, forced to watch myself destroy Federation ships. I've been captured, tortured, broken down, and rebuilt. And through it all, the burden that haunted me most wasn't the big, dramatic moments. It was the quiet knowledge that every day my crew trusts me to bring them home safely, and some days I can't. How do you live with that? Scott asked. By accepting that I'm human, Picard said simply. By surrounding myself with excellent people whose judgment I trust. By making the best decisions I can with the information available, then accepting the consequences. And by remembering that leadership isn't about being perfect, it's about being reliable even when perfection is impossible. He turned to Scott, his expression serious. You've led the X-Men through circumstances I can barely imagine. You've kept them together, kept them fighting, kept them believing in their purpose despite a universe that rejected them. And now you've led them through the greatest transition possible, from one reality to another, without losing a single member. That's not luck, Mr. Summers. That's leadership. Scott felt something ease in his chest, a burden he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. Thank you, sir. That means more than you know. One commander to another, Picard said, extending his hand. The Federation is fortunate to have you and your X-Men. Never doubt that. In Magneto's quarters, larger than most, per his demand, though that had been one of the few concessions to his ego, Eric Laneshare stood at the viewport, watching the stars with an expression that mixed wonder and suspicion in equal measure. Professor Xavier's telepathic touch was familiar after decades of friendship and rivalry. Your troubled old friend, Xavier's mental voice said gently. Troubled? No, Charles, vindicated. Magneto's mental response carried bitter satisfaction. This Federation you're so enamored with, I've been watching it, studying it. And you know what I've found? It's no different from our world. Oh, the vocabulary is prettier. The ideals are more articulated. But underneath, still the same fear of the different, the same prejudice, the same power structures that oppress those who don't conform. Eric, that's not fair. Isn't it? The genetic augmentation laws that would criminalize us if applied consistently. The way some Starfleet officers still look at us, fear masked as caution, prejudice disguised as security concern. The Federation Council members who abstained from voting for our asylum because they feared the precedent. Charles, you see acceptance because you want to see it. I see the same patterns we've always seen. Xavier materialized in the doorway. He'd been approaching physically while maintaining the telepathic conversation, a trick he'd perfected decades ago. Eric, no civilization is perfect, but this one is trying, really trying. They granted us asylum when they could have imprisoned us. They trusted us with a planetary crisis when they could have attempted containment. They're making us citizens with full rights when they could have kept us in indefinite detention. And you think that's genuine? Magneto challenged. Or is it pragmatic fear that imprisoning us would be more dangerous than pretending to accept us? Charles, they granted us asylum because we're too powerful to cage safely, not because they believe in mutant rights. Is there a difference? Xavier asked quietly. If the end result is the same, acceptance, integration, cooperation, does it matter whether it began with ideals or pragmatism? Magneto was silent for a long moment, his magnetic senses unconsciously mapping the station's metal infrastructure, a habit born from always preparing for potential conflict. In our universe, I fought for decades to make humanity accept mutant superiority. I used force, terrorism, fear, because I believed that was the only language humanity understood. You opposed me at every turn, insisting that peaceful coexistence was possible, and we were both proven wrong. Humanity never accepted us. They built sentinels, passed registration acts, murdered our children. He turned to face Xavier directly. Now we're in a universe that claims to have already achieved what we fought for. And I find myself asking, is this what victory looks like? Integration into a society that tolerates us rather than celebrates us. Acceptance that comes from fear of our power rather than respect for our being. Is this your dream, Charles, or just a prettier version of the same nightmare? It's a beginning, Xavier said firmly. Eric, I never claimed the dream would be achieved perfectly or immediately. I claimed it was possible. And this universe proves I was right. Different beings can coexist peacefully. Yes, there's still prejudice. Yes, there's still fear. But there's also genuine cooperation, real friendship across species, and a system that enshrines diversity as its founding principle. That's more than we ever had at home. And when they disappoint you, Magneto pressed, when this federation reveals itself to be just another human power structure that uses pretty words to justify oppression, what then, Charles? Then we do what we've always done, Xavier said with quiet certainty. We work to make it better. We prove through our actions that their fears are unfounded. We demonstrate that power combined with principle serves rather than threatens. We don't give up on the dream just because it's hard to achieve. That's never been who we are, Eric. Not you, not me, not the X-Men.